Certainly, sir. Yes, the emergency arrangements. We're not expecting a fire drill today, so if you do hear a bell, it will probably be best to move quickly. That is the fire exit door. It is open and the handle pushes downwards on the left-hand side to open, and the fire assembly point is adjacent to the second lamp column that you can see about 50 metres in front of you. On other points, people will already probably be aware that ladies and gents are along the corridor, and as and when there is any break in proceedings, there are coffee facilities upstairs.
Yes, thank you. And there is an attendance list which I would ask everybody to sign, although it should mention the data protection legislation, so you may wish to read that first. Can I ask that mobile phones be either switched off or turned to silent, please? And is the press here? No? Yes.
If possible, I'll contribute something to our local website.
Right, and you are from?
I'm going to be in I contribute to the Hastings Online Times.
Right, okay, yes. Well, I did explain the purpose and character of the hearings which form part of this examination at the pre-hearings meeting which took place here on the 7th of October of this year, and you should all have a copy of the notes of that meeting, which, amongst other things, explains potential outcomes of the examination. I should like to spend a little time on explaining the basis on which any main modifications could be made to the plan. Main modifications are put forward as a means of making a plan which is deemed to be unsound, sound. They would be consulted upon in much the same way as the plan itself, with a period of about 6 weeks, or at least 6 weeks, during which time representations on those main modifications could be made. I would then consider those representations either with or without another hearing. Now, the Council may wish to make minor changes to the plan. In fact, you've already done so, and this is to provide for updating or clarification of any particular point. They're usually referred to as additional modifications, and I would not be examining them, but I would see no reason why members of the public or people involved in this examination may wish to comment on them, and presumably the Council, well, I would hope, take them into account. Now, there are a few other matters arising from the pre-hearings meeting which I'd like to deal with now. It has come to my attention that the pre-hearings meeting was recorded. Now, I understand, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, that the Council and the Programme Officer first became aware of this from the website of the Friends of Speckled Wood. Now, whilst there is no objection in principle to these proceedings being recorded, in fact, the Secretary of State encourages it, I do consider that it is discourteous for a recording to be made without the people in attendance being made aware that what they are saying is being recorded. The normal and courteous way is for the person wishing to record the meeting to request permission, and then for the inspector to ask if there are any objections to the meeting being recorded. Unfortunately, that was not what took place, and I have to say I'm not very pleased about it. However, one has to be positive, and I do think it would be helpful if these hearings were to be recorded. It's useful to know what people have said, and it does help me in writing my report. Now, the Council has offered to record the hearings, and in that way we would have an official record of the meetings. But at the beginning of each hearing, I shall ask if there are any objections to the hearing being recorded. And I'll start with this one. Are there any objections to this meeting today being recorded? Are there any
Can
objections?
I just say, yes, we did not mean any offence by recording it.
I'm sure you
We
did.
needed to take a copy so that we could actually take on board all of the information that was actually given to us. And we do say that if anybody was offended by that, we apologise.
Well, that's very gracious of you, Mr. Newgold. I think, unless anybody else has got anything to say, I'd like to draw a line under it. But thank you for what you said. It's very good of you. Yes, Mr. Stevenson.
Will we be able to get copies of these recordings?
It's something I've asked the council to deal with in their opening statement.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So I take it that there's no objection to it being recorded. So can you press the button or whatever you do?
I'm just having a little problem at the moment trying to get the mixer to talk to the recorder, but I'll get it going as soon as I can.
Right. So presumably we can continue.
Yes.
Right. Another matter I want to raise is to remind everybody that openness is a fundamental principle of this examination. I cannot take into account anything which is not in the public domain, and I have to emphasise that no notice will be taken of anything marked private or confidential, and the letter or whatever it is will simply be returned to the sender. Now, at the pre-hearings meeting, I did ask the council to have another look at their IT system to deal with any difficulties in accessing core documents in the examination library. Now, I do hope that any such problems have now been overcome. And to test the system, I did Google Hastings Development Management Plan Library Documents. I think that's what I Googled. And I must say I did have no problem in downloading and printing a number of documents. Nevertheless, I do invite the council to comment on that matter. I also understand that the council is able to advise us on the on data protection legislation and its implications for the submission of statements and any other documents. So without any more to do, I will ask the council now to make their opening statement.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
There's 2 points of procedure I'd like to raise at this point in time. Firstly, the inspector, certainly the programme officer, is aware that following the pre-inquiry that a freedom of information request was submitted to the council regarding the designation of my client's name, which falls under focus matter 12, I believe it is. The council failed to respond to that in an adequate way. I would like to ask that that section of the hearing be suspended until such time as they provide the information that has been requested. They're not unreasonable questions. They're questions that should be at their fingertips if they're making a serious recommendation as to land use, which is going to last until 2028. The second point I'd like to raise is that I'd like to make a formal complaint against the council regarding harassment of my client's workmen who are engaged in doing their annual clearance of the site, including removing all the fly tipping that has taken place. On Friday of last week, I understand the council went out to the site. Councillor Chowney, who is present here, attended. He represented himself as a councillor. Although he's not the ward councillor, I don't know what his position was there. The council saw fit to bring out the health and safety executive. The workmen were found to be doing perfectly what they're entitled to do. All their equipment was sound, first aiders were on site, etc., etc. And it's a clear indication of the council's tactics of trying to prevent my clients from carrying out legal work on their site. So those are the 2 points I'd like to make. The third point in relation to minor modifications, I'm not sure if anybody else here has been made aware of where these are. I've certainly not been notified of any minor modifications, and obviously we'd like to have a look at
I
those.
think it's HBC 04, is it? There is a document of minor modifications.
Has anybody else seen that?
I think it's 04.
Well, this is typical of the council, that this information is not transmitted to the people who are trying to perform a task in front of you and they're being suppressed information. So there are three major points there.
Right, well, on the suspension of your particular, or consideration of your particular site, I will think about that. I'm not going to make a decision now. But in the meantime, I think perhaps if you and the council could get together and hopefully get the information available by the due time. So can I ask you both to do your best endeavours to get whatever information it is by the time when we are due to consider. It's the Barley Lane site.
Yeah, so I've listed the questions that remain unanswered. I've had no response to them.
Right. The programme officer has kept me informed about the exchange of correspondence. As regards the harassment of workmen, I would prefer not to be involved in that, quite honestly. I think that's a matter between you and the council.
Certainly is, and we are taking legal advice as to whether a claim for damages can be brought at this stage.
Again, I prefer to keep out of that. And the other point you said about the minor modifications, if my memory serves me correctly, it's HBC 04. 04.
Correct, sir. It's been published and it's been on the examination library for a while.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And obviously hard copies on deposit as well of that item.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, could I say I'd like also to ask for suspension of this hearing on the basis that certain statements have not been available to the public.
Sorry, when you say this meeting, do you mean today?
Yes, because I do not believe that all the statements which said that they would actually be available to this meeting are actually available online.
So which statements are not available?
Miss Patricia Stevenson's are not available and our statements are not available.
The statements? Well, I've certainly got your statement here.
They're not available online, sir.
Well, I'll hear what the council says about it, but I'll be very reluctant to suspend today's... Yes, Mrs. Stevens.
Mr. Harless, there's been a real big problem with these supplementary statements. Mine are actually down for matter 5, but nevertheless some of them actually would cover other hearings because of the content. What happened was I submitted this huge document on the due date and another one, and then suddenly I was informed that everything that had a councillor's email address in it had to be redacted. And I said, I don't think that's correct because they're in the public domain anyway. You've only got to Google it and you can find councillor's email addresses. They also said there were a couple of signatures. I said, fair enough, I understand these are slipped through. In fact, my own personal details are in there, but we weren't too sure. But what they've done, they've redacted every single councillor's email address from our report, plus a lot of other stuff. And they said, oh dear, yes, you were right, we were wrong, and we can't put these in the public domain now. We've redacted it all. It's an absolute mess. So my two statements, this one, and the smaller one, was not. I actually redacted everything on here myself before I had that done on the next week. But they've been temporarily withdrawn. So the people who wanted to read my statements prior to coming to the hearings, maybe as an audience, the two councillors, they can't see it. I think it's shocking. And I emailed the council yesterday and said, when can I expect to see my statements back online? And Mr. Sharma said, oh, well, whenever we can, sort of thing. It's not good enough. Because basically, the council have given the programme officers out the wrong information. They did not have to be redacted. So now what's happened is all these reports look an absolute mess. Ms. Dunst had to go through and do the hard copies of the pen. My electronic copy has been done electronically. It needs to be sorted out so my stuff is online with everybody else's.
I've certainly got your statement.
I know.
Yeah, you've got two statements for matter 5, haven't you?
I have, but you see the thing is, some of these actually overlap with the matter on Wednesday, and I am down to participate. Whilst, if it's just going to be confined to matter 5, that seems slightly skewed, and I'm not too sure how that's happened, because it is covering a lot of other issues that will be raised on the Wednesday session. But what I'm cross about is that despite me saying time and time again, look, I'm sure you're wrong here, HBC, you do not have to redact councillors' email addresses because they are Hastings councillor email addresses. They insisted upon it. So the whole thing has been thrown into disarray, and no apology, no attempt to hurry up and get them right from last week. They're just like that, it's not there now, they've been taken down.
Well, I hear what the council says, but I can assure you, Mrs Stevenson, that I have got your statement. In fact, you've got two statements from
I know, and you're the most important person here, but the thing is that other people
I don't need to say so.
They've emailed me and said, where are your statements? And I said, well, they've been taken down because it's reduction mess. And not even an apology from the council to say we're sorry. I mean, all that work, and nobody can see them.
Yes, Mr Wise.
At the last meeting, Mr Hollocks, you very, very kindly instructed or gave us advice that if we went down to the information centre, we could see the library that you said that should be there. So I went down to the library on the Monday, and the gentleman behind the desk said, "Are you trying to be pedantic?" I said, "No, I'd like to." "Well, where are they?" And the pile of documents was in a little cupboard shut behind the desk, or right behind where the people working for Hastings worked and presented people. And they wouldn't. They just said, "Well, look, here they are," and they shut the door again. And I think other people have had the same experience. I mean, I think it was very kind of you to make that offer, but the council deliberately obstructed people from using what you said was available. Thank you.
Well, my understanding was that all the core documents, these are the ones that I have here, were made available.
No.
No, I was assured that they would be.
No,
Yeah, but they weren't. That's the point.
I must hear what the council says about this. Mr Hollidge, what else do you wish to say?
I'd just like to go back to one of your opening statements, was that this public examination should be held and everyone should be open about it, and it's quite clear that the council are not open in their dealings with the public. They have their own agenda to address, and they will deal with information as they see fit. In terms of these minor modifications, it's all right posting it on the website. It might be useful to tell the people attending this hearing that that's where they are and draw their attention to it. If you go onto their website, unless you scroll for every document, I wouldn't have known that these minor modifications are on there.
Mr Newbold.
Yeah, can I come back to my original point, which Patricia eloquently made a separate point about as well? I would like to say that we've experienced these same data protection issues. We've been told that are holding up our own statements going in. I would like to point out that some of our evidence that we put into those statements came live from the council's own websites and carries their own signatures, and basically is having problems with data protection as well. We don't feel this is an adequate reason to actually not to put an item before you, and we are worried that this is not actually being shown to the relevant audience that it should be. In regard to Mr Don Wise, I myself additionally went down to the information centre. I spoke to Mr Sharma after being told that I was abrupt because I was asking to actually see these documents. I was brought out a pile of documents which originally were the 2013 documents and told that these were the actual development management plan. When I pushed the point, I was told that I was being confrontational. I then asked, and I got Mr Sharma down. Mr Sharma came down, and we actually managed to find all the documents which were in a locked cabinet behind the actual counter. Now, I have to wonder how many people would have actually gone to the length to actually see them, having been told that they didn't have them. I actually made a point of asking Mr Sharma at the time why they weren't on the actual book shelving that was on the site, and he told me that they weren't on the actual shelving because they would be stolen. I said to him, why could you not put glass frontage on it so that at least people could see it, and he said that was a good point. Now, this is the kind of problems we're having with exposure of this plan to the public. A lot of the public do not even know this exists. There are issues with the actual communications document, which we can go through now, or I can go through later, with the actual meetings that they arranged, or so they arranged on different days at different venues, where the actual people that arrange these meeting centres and the rooms say they never occurred.
Well, I think, certainly on the first question on the agenda, we are looking at legal compliance. And obviously I've got to be ensured that the council has done an adequate job on consultation, and I think these points should be made then. But in the meantime, may I have the council's opening statement, please, and hopefully picking up as many of these points as possible. Have we got the recording going? Good, thank you.
Thank you. I would actually go, before I come on to the, I've got a prepared statement here, which I'm afraid does go on a bit, but I will read this out anyway. I also want to pick up briefly on Mr. Hodge's point about alleging that I was on his site on Friday. I wasn't even in Hastings on Friday, I was in Eastbourne all day, actually at City World, watching Mr. Turner. So I certainly wasn't anywhere near the site. I don't think I've ever even visited that site. So I'd just like to state that as a lie.
Well, if I can come back on that immediately.
I think that's an unfortunate word to use.
The workman categorically gave me your name. They also told me that you had told them that you'd been interested in buying the land yourself. So
I wish I had the money to buy
no
that.
doubt you'll be able to put in writing and prove where you were and that you weren't there.
Well, I think we can take the councillor's word for it, Mr.
I don't think that's
No, don't
the
take
case,
council's
unfortunately.
word for it.
I don't see there's any point in me participating if I'm going to be called a liar.
Unfortunately, you just called me a liar.
Can I call you, can I ask you to withdraw that, because otherwise you'll be hearing from the council's lawyers, because you have made quite a serious statement, which is absolutely untrue.
Can I, look, let's...
Well, I've made a freedom of information request, no doubt you can respond
just
to
a
that.
moment. I think words, the accusations of lying are totally unacceptable, whoever makes them. I mean, maybe people are misinformed, have not been given the right information, but my view is that everybody acts with integrity and nobody lies. Okay? Sorry, that wasn't meant to be amusing.
I would like
Councillor.
that statement withdrawn though, because I've just been told that I was doing something that I clearly wasn't.
Well, the information that I've been given was that you were there and you represented yourself as a councillor. You're not the ward councillor for the area. I've made a freedom of information request on this particular issue. I have not said anything other than that what I've just said, that I've been told that you were there.
Well,
if you weren't there, you can respond to the freedom of information request. I've not called you a liar. Unfortunately, you called me a liar.
Yeah. Interesting.
I can only say it isn't true. I need people to determine whether something isn't true or not. Right. A written statement from the council as an introductory statement. As I say, it does go on a bit. Sorry about that. I'm grateful I expect to be able to present this brief opening statement, it's not brief, it's rather long, to the examinations for the Council's Development Management Plan. I also take this opportunity not just to welcome all those attending the examination, but also say thank you to those very many individuals and organisations who have worked with us in offering comments and responding to the Council's consultation exercises. These comments and representations have proved invaluable to us in shaping and developing the plan in order to best meet needs of our existing and future communities. This plan now provides the specific site allocations and development management policies to deliver the vision, objectives and amount of growth for employment, housing and other growth set down in the adopted Hastings Planning Strategy 2014. Importantly, it also identifies those key heritage and environmental assets within the borough and our policies for ensuring their protection and enhancement, whilst also accommodating necessary growth. As I set out in my opening statement for our planning strategy, although Hastings is in the South East region, a region generally considered to be prosperous, it faces a number of unique challenges, and our biggest single priority for Borough is for economic and physical regeneration. Economic growth and prosperity remain at the heart of this development management plan, but we're also blessed with significant heritage and environmental assets, For example, our many listed buildings, got over 900, and conservation areas, 18 of those, our historic seafront, as well as registered historic parks, national local wildlife sites and designated landscapes. We've consulted very widely in the preparation of this plan with residents, businesses, local community and other organisations, as well as its statutory consultees and key delivery partners such as East Sussex County Council and our neighbours Rother District. While no amount of consultation on planning matters can ever guarantee consensus, I consider that we've arrived at a plan which is appropriate for our borough and when set against reasonable alternatives. In essence, we believe the plan is positively prepared, justified by the evidence that we've collected over many months and from many sources, deliverable within the plan period to 2028, and in line with what's required by us as a council by national guidance. Within this opening statement, I would have suggested by the question posed to us to refer to the differences between the proposed and revised versions of the plan and indicate how and why these changes have been incorporated into the 2014 submission version. Consultation and the changes to the plan that resulted from it have been a key part of building our plan. The extensive nature and content of this is set down in our submitted consultation statement. At the pre-examination meeting, I was aware that some people expressed concerns about our online consultation system and accessibility of documents. As lead member, I undertook at the inspector's suggestion to look into this, and I found no difficulty both in accessing and downloading these documents to use a smartphone or computer and advised officers accordingly. It's also worth emphasising that now many consultation adverts and publicity that we clearly advise that in addition to our representation, we could pick up hard copies of the documents, guidance notes and response forms in order to make their representations. We made a number of significant changes, over 100, to the development management plan as a direct result of these consultation exercises. Following the initial informal consultation stages in 2012, 2 rounds of formal representations were invited. Firstly, to the proposed submission version of the plan in 2013, and subsequently to the revised proposed submission version in 2014. I'll briefly run through a number of examples to show how comments and representations we received have helped shape the final submitted version of the plan. Each of these significant changes is set down within the DMP itself, Appendix D, and by reference to sections of the plan itself and where the change proposed is shown alongside the reason for the change. Within the introduction to the plan, an update is given on the adoption of the planning strategy, together with further explanation of the extra consultation carried out on this revised proposed submission DMP. Additional text is also inserted to set out the structure of the DMP to assist clarity in navigation of the plan itself. A new chapter has been inserted, Section 2, Part 1, in response to consultation comments for added clarity to explain the role of the development plan. This also led to insertion of new policy LP1. Also now included to assist with prospective applicants is reference to the Council's validation checklist. Section 2 includes a number of changes to development management policies in response to a number of comments received from East Sussex County Council and the telecommunications industry. Other changes have been made to ensure adequate guidance is available in policies and text to deal with issues of local character and that appropriate consideration of heritage landscape value is considered in the use of policy DM1. Policy DM4 has been added to enable matters relating to access, transport appraisals and provision of pedestrian and cycle routes to be considered as part of new developments. Policy DM5, ground conditions and text at 2.42 and 2.43 has been amended to reflect comments from the Environment Agency. The earlier reference to marine conservation zones has been omitted since these MCZs have not been locally ratified by government. Examples of changes in Section 3, dealing with housing, provide additional wording in Policy HC1, conversions, and HC2, residential institutions, to add clarity and application of these policies. Section 4 contains changes to Policy HN3 regarding demolition of heritage assets to reflect national policy changes in respect of conservation area concept. Former natural environment policies HN6 to HN8 are now amalgamated for clarity to better align with the adopted planning strategy. A new policy, HN9, provides further protection for areas of landscape importance in accordance with the overarching policy in the planning strategy. Within Section 5, text is introduced as a result of discussion at the planning strategy examination, whilst changes to policy SA1, Hastings Town Centre, are inserted in response to comments received on the plan. Policy SA2 is amended to reflect the neighbourhood centres within the town, and policy CC1 caravan, camping and chalets is revised, again in response to comments received. Section 6, site allocations, has seen changes in each of the focus areas 1 to 13. These include the insertion of new sites to reflect permissions granted, removal of others, site GH7 to reflect completed sites, and additional wording to accommodate responses and comments made. For example, from the Environment Agency regarding FB2 land at former Western Adams Primary School. Others, such as policy SAP4, have changes to reflect latest discussions with developers and landowners and in response to representations received. For example, policy CLB6, former Convent of the Holy Child Jesus. In some allocations and policies, for example HOV4 to HOV6, site boundaries and capacity to deliver houses have been amended to reflect latest planning consents and comments received. A new policy, HOV11, is inserted to rectify a mapping error and for clarity. In Focus Area 12, one site, CBO6, has been deleted because of uncertainty regarding delivery. Another change from the earlier version of the plan is that all site allocations policies are now shown in a shaded text box to assist clarity and differentiate between policy and supporting text. Within Section 7, our implementation and monitoring targets indicates the layout have been amended to reflect new policies and to better conform to the planning strategy. Appendices have been renamed and renumbered accordingly, include the Appendix D, significant changes to the DMP since original publication in January 2013, to illustrate and explain the changes between the two versions of the plan and the reasons for these changes. Finally, a new section, glossary, is included with clarity and necessary changes have been made to the proposals map. These examples of significant changes are all detailed within the Appendix D of the DMP, show how the Council has responded positively to comments and representations received in addition to accommodating changing legislative and other circumstances. For example, consents granted with deliverability. As the plan developed from 2013, the proposed submission, to the 2014 revised proposed submission versions. As an integral part of this process and to correct anomalies, factual errors in the plan, as well as to respond to comments received from the proposed and the revised versions of the submitted plan, we also published a schedule of proposed minor amendments to the plan in July of this year. This schedule is part of our submitted evidence and is included in the examination library. To manage the Council's ambitions and need for growth whilst balancing them with the protection of the quality of the environment has been challenging, and we recognise that over the period of the plan, demands for new housing will grow. This demand also needs to be met with an appropriate level of employment growth to find a better balance between jobs and housing. In this regard, I'm delighted with recent progress on a number of significant proposals, particularly the Hastings to Bexley Link Road, a project that's been a cornerstone of our vision for economic regeneration, an objective jointly held by Robert and East Sussex County Council to unlock potential for growth. Major works are now on site, and further funding bids have been successful from the Local Enterprise Partnership to implement other key schemes. Sir, I'd quite encourage you to visit the scheme, if possible, to witness for yourself the excellent progress made on implementation of this key infrastructure cornerstone of our proposed vision and strategy for growth. A number of the DMP allocations are already coming forward as schemes are now being delivered on the ground. For example, office accommodation by Sea Change at Priory Meadow, in addition to a number of residential schemes included by Amicus, one of our partners in delivering affordable housing. Work has become in earnest on the restoration of our historic pier, and where the local community has been fully behind our endeavours to ensure continued regeneration of the seafront and promotion of our tourism economy. To conclude, all of this gives me great confidence as to deliverability and appropriateness of the plan. Hastings remains committed to a plan-led system shaped by extensive consultation and partnership working and supported by both a technical and consultative evidence base. Subject to any modifications that may be felt necessary to the plan by our inspector, the Council submitted what it believes a sound plan that builds upon our adopted planning strategy and what I believe is best suited to meeting the existing and future needs of the borough. A copy of this statement has been made available to the programme officer. Thank you.
Thank you. And, well, can I just finish? Let's hear from the Council. It's their turn to make their opening statement. Yes, Mr. Phillips, please.
Thank you, sir. If I may, and before handing to my colleague Iona Cameron in terms of the matter one statement and building upon the detail of that, I would just like to take a minute of your time, if I may, sir, to respond to a couple of the points made by one or two of the respondents earlier on. I think firstly, and so as not to potentially disappoint people, sound recordings will be available, it will be at cost, and it will be as soon as practicable after the hearing sessions are concluded, which we're anticipating to be the 4th of December. So sometime shortly after that, sound recordings would be available, which will cover all of the hearing sessions. The second point, if I may, sir, it was covered in Councillor Chowney's opening statement, but you did ask the Council generally to comment upon difficulty of accessing information from the website. Councillor Chowney has already explained that he had immediately following the pre-hearing meeting looked at that situation. He advised us that he had had no difficulty, and I did indeed advise the programme officer. What I have also done, though, I have obtained a statement from a Mr. Mark Vaughan, who is Head of Information Technology at Hastings Borough Council. It is a very brief statement, sir, so if I may read that out. And he says, Dear David, from a technical perspective, searching for development management plan using the search box on the Hastings Borough Council website returns links to numerous pages of files on the site. Navigating the site, viewing pages and downloading files works without problems. Similarly, searching for Hastings Development Management Plan on Google returns links to numerous pages and files on the Hastings Borough Council website. Once again, navigating the site, viewing pages and downloading files works without problems.
Right, I'll have to contact Mr. Mark Vaughan.
At the moment, if you can bear with me, it's a brief statement. At the moment, the Development Management Plan examination is also featured on the homepage of our full website. And throughout the development of the plan, all consultations have been highlighted on this page. One final, perhaps further point in respect of consultation, and we do appreciate that online consultation has been introduced pretty well universally by local authorities over the last few years, but it isn't everybody's cup of tea. At the end of our submitted statement of consultation, sir, at the back of that is Appendix J, which shows a number of general adverts placed locally in the St Leonard's Observer. These posters were displayed throughout the town, some of them I understand at A3 size, some of them larger, many of them at A4 size. But towards the bottom, on these adverts, it encourages people to please get involved. Look at the document online, and then it goes on to give the website information. But importantly, it then says, or pick up a paper copy of the revised proposed submission development management plan, response form, and guidance notes. So that was clearly there, sir, for people to avail themselves of if they were not either comfortable with or familiar with online. The Council, I feel, does need to respond in particular to some of the comments at the outset made by Mr. Hollidge. And I only make this point, sir, so as not to unduly delay the due process of the examination. His principal initial point was that we failed to respond to his FOI request. A small matter of detail, sir, but his FOI request, in terms of the statutory limit for giving a response, that hasn't even expired yet. But I specifically went out of my way to respond. He's smiling, but I'm going to read out his request and read out my answer. And I fail to see, sir, how we haven't answered his questions. So his request, as a Freedom of Information request, please can you advise as to the process under which the above site was designated as an SNCI? That's a site of nature conservation importance, and this is the Barley Lane site. In particular, and he has 4 very brief questions. What type of survey was carried out? By whom and under which officer's instruction? Please supply a full copy of the report and survey. Second question. Please detail the agreed access arrangements for the survey to be carried out and what prior and post-survey consultation was carried out with the owners of the site. Thirdly, please advise as to the date of the latest update of this survey and provide the same information as in 1 and 2, together with a full copy of the survey and report. And finally, please advise as to why this site, having been considered as an SNCI in an earlier version of the plan, this is the 2004 version, sir, was then not so considered in a late version of a former plan, i.e. what happened in the interim for the council to have changed its mind. The response that was sent to Mr Hollidge, which was far more expansive than merely responding to those, was saying that the process under which the site was designated as an SNCI was set out in some detail for him in Mr Tim Cookson's
May I
letter
interrupt there
of
because
March
I
No.
was set out in some detail for you in Mr Cookson's letter to you of 20th of March 2013. In that letter, it was explained that the site was surveyed in 1996 as part of the Council's Developing Nature Conservation Strategy
1996.
and where it was identified as an SNCI. The Nature Conservation Strategy was adopted by the Council in 96. The SNCI designation was then taken forward into the emerging local plan. This plan was subsequently adopted by the Council in 2004 following its examination in public. As part of the validation process for all SNCIs, a panel of experts including Dr Alex Tate, the then county ecologist with East Sussex County Council, Dr Tony Woodbread, now Chief Executive of the Sussex Wildlife Trust, together with local wildlife expert Andrew Grace of the Hastings Urban Wildlife Group, and Mr Murray Davidson, ecologist to the Borough Council, assessed the interest and character of each proposed SNCI to ensure they met appropriate standards and criteria for designation. Turning now to your 4 specific queries, I would respond as follows. An ecological survey was carried out by the Council's ecologist, Mr Murray Davidson.
I must interrupt because
I'm not having you interrupt.
I haven't received this piece of information he's reading out.
Sorry, Mr Hollidge, why then did you reply?
I'll tell you what I've
surprisingly,
received.
you haven't responded.
Listen, I think this is holding up the examination. What I would like to do is to meet Mr Phillips and the programme officer and Mr Hollidge. There's 1 or 2 other things that I want to discuss as well that concern you, Mr Hollidge. So what I would suggest is that at the beginning of our lunchtime adjournment, the 4 of us, it is 4, isn't it? Yes, the 4 of us would meet and we'll see if we can sort this all out. I think it's much better than delaying everybody here who have come to have discussed the 4 questions that we have on our agenda. I think that's it. Perhaps, Councillor, you'd also like to be involved in that meeting, probably at about 12:30, I would think. I'd like to come. So, yes, right, yes. Had you finished your opening statement?
Well, it was really just in terms of the other matters, wholly agree that if Mr Hollidge has a formal complaint against the council, he can do that. Equally, Councillor Chowney is obviously quite offended by the allegations made. It seems from what Mr Hollidge said that it's very much third-party information he's acted upon in sending what he has, but that can be taken forward separately from this examination. He talked about the minor modifications. I would only comment, sir, that he is a professional agent acting for a client with land potentially affected by the development management plan, and those minor modifications have been out there, referred to, publicised and available since July.
As Mr Phillips...
Just sorry, I just want to make sure that the council has finished their opening statement. Then I promise I will turn to you.
Thank you.
On the reduction issues, you will be aware, as I'm sure the programme officer is, that we have spent an inordinate amount of time endeavouring to deal with this. The statement I have from the council's officer who is responsible for data protection has reaffirmed that it is a very serious matter and we cannot risk putting stuff on a website that has personal information. In abject fairness to Mrs. Stevenson, we are aware that in her one statement there was an email, it was from a councillor, but it was clearly marked private and confidential, so we have had issues to check with very many of the statements we have received in respect of data protection issues. But having said that, sir, in respect of the opening comments from one or two people around the table, I would like to hand to my colleague Diana Cameron to talk to the Matter 1 submission.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Holland, I want to hear the completion of the council's opening statement, and then I promise I will turn to you straight away. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Turning to Matter 1, general principles. In summary, the council's view is that it is...
Oh, no, this was the opening statement before we get to dealing with question 1 on my agenda.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Hold on.
Yes, right. So, was there anything...
No further opening statements above the one that Councillor Chowney
Right, thank you. So, Mr. Hollidge, bearing in mind my offer of a meeting with you and Mr. Phillips and Councillor Chowney and the Programme Officer.
Yeah, I'd just very quickly like to come back on a couple of points there. Firstly, in relation to the quite lengthy response that Mr. Phillips read out, I have not received that response. I've only received a brief extract of a report which includes a paragraph that size relating to planning name. All the rest of the information he has read out, I have not received that. It's not been sent to me. And I'd quickly like to respond to Mr. Chowney's opening statement in terms of consultation and participation, which he was quite at length to say how well the council has done in relation to this. I can tell you from my client's perspective that since 2004 there's been no consultation with my clients in relation to their site, only a matter of saying that it's an SNI. In terms of the reference to evidence base, clearly going back to the planning strategy, the council ignored their own commissioned independent consultants' figures in relation to housing need. So how they can seriously sit there and tell you that they've taken on board the evidence base is quite unbelievable. So I actually that they're actually going to have a meeting afterwards. Yes. But will that meeting be recorded as well?
I don't think there's any need for that unless you want it recording.
I think I would, yes.
Well, let's...
I would like access to a laptop so I can access my emails and I can show you what I've received from the council.
I don't think so. We'd be in a position to provide individuals with laptops, sir, but I can show you the response I sent to Mr. Hollidge, and I can show you the response that I had from him in response to the response I sent to him.
Well, quite clearly, if I can show you my email account, you'll see what I've received.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I think just tell me what you've received. I mean, I believe what people say.
Well,
so.
I haven't received any of the information that he's just read out.
Right.
I'd like to put that on record.
Okay, right. Well, look, this. I mean, I don't want to turn this meeting into another pre-hearings meeting because I do want to push on with the agenda, and we shall certainly, under question 1, be looking at what measures has the council taken to ensure that the plan is legally compliant. And there is legislation concerning consultation, and I think we can probably deal with that then. So very briefly, yes, Mr. Collier.
I wonder if this meeting that these guys are going to have later, is that accessible to us? Can we see what goes down there? Or is that a private meeting?
Well, as I say, I believe everything should be open, so...
So we could just sit and watch and listen?
Mr. Hollidge, you presumably know what I want to talk to you about, do you? My letter to the RICS.
No.
Oh, I'm surprised.
No.
Right. No, well, I can tell you, I'm quite open about this. You recall at the pre-hearings meeting, you accused me of rudeness. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I mean, it's recorded.
as did other members of the audience.
One other person did, and several people sprang to my defence. But I was extremely annoyed about that. It's the sort of behaviour that I don't have to put up with, and I don't intend to put up with. But I have complained, I've made a formal complaint about you to the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. You made those accusations in public. They were totally unfounded, totally unjustified. But if you have the grace to apologise to me also in public, I will accept your apology and we will draw a line under it. And I will would then withdraw my complaint to the RICS. So it's up to you. Did you wish to think about that?
As far as I was concerned, that's the way you came across to me, but if I caused offence,
Well, you did, very much so.
Then I'm sorry.
Well, do you apologise?
I do apologise, yes.
Right, okay, I'll shake hands with you afterwards. So that has been recorded. Mr. Hollidge has apologised to me for his, and I'll be blunt, your offensive remarks. But he's apologised, it's good of him, very gracious of him, and we draw a line under it. Okay. Yes, you say.
Yes.
Good. Okay. We'll be friends from now on.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Newbold. Very briefly, bear in mind what I said about question 1 and our discussion.
Well, it is a little bit to do with question 1, but it's to do with Councillor Chowney's statement. He makes quite great length that consultation has happened, and I note he thanks everybody for their submissions, which I think is really good. But one thing that comes out of this whole plan is that the council is agreeing with some of the larger consultees. But what I want to know from him is, as there are already statements in the supporting documents for withdrawal of some of these sites, why on earth have we got a development plan that they're in?
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll probably be dealing that when we look at each individual site in the in matter 5, I think it is. So,
I mean, surely that's the purpose of the consultation, is to actually take on board the comments and actually do something with them. And personally, I don't think something has been done with them.
and you're referring to particular sites, are you?
Yes.
Well, let's do. I mean, we're going through the development plan site by site, and I should be asking things like what the current situation is on those sites, whether they are deliverable, how many dwellings are the estimates realistic, all these sort of things. So can I ask you to hold your fire until then?
That's fine. In regard to the IT, I have been involved in IT for probably 15 to 20 years. I understand Mr. Bourne has said that you can access the documents through the front page of the site. I don't think anybody's debating the volume of data that's actually on the site. But in fact, the examination library itself runs into something like 25 pages. I'm personally having problems with connectivity. I don't know whether it's the local borough's internet sites which are causing this. Last night I tried to print a large document, which is this one. I tried to print 2 copies of it. It took me nearly 6 hours to print 2 copies of this.
Right.
And that really is not something that the public can do. And really, I don't know whether that's because it's not available on the site or whether it's...
Which document is it?
This is the statement of consultation.
Right.
Now, what I don't understand is why, if you open that on the council's site and you try to print it, it comes up with an error. And if you can download it because you have the facility to be able to do that, which very many of the public do not have that facility. I've had numerous requests from people to actually do this for them, to download the documents and send them by email. Now, this is not really a very good solution to putting information online that people can access, because if I'm finding problems, I can't print it, and that I'm being genuine with you here. I printed 2 copies. I printed a copy for myself and a copy for Miss Stevenson, and it took me 6 hours.
Yes, Mr. Wise.
Well, the gentleman over there, or was it yourself, mentioned the 1986 natural development plan. I've got a copy of it and a map. Has Mr. Phillips looked at it?
So the 1986
96.
1996.
Yes, that was adopted in 2004, became part of the 2004 Borough Plan.
I examined it, in fact.
You have examined it. Good. So you'll remember that.
I do remember. I remember
Yeah.
a lot about it.
You remember all the connecting areas for wildlife. Now the present plan hasn't got any of that. In fact, Mr. Cookson.
But can I stop you, Mr. White? We will be looking at the natural and the historic environment this Thursday.
All right.
Are you coming along to that?
Yes.
Right. Well, now, if there's anything further to say before we get on to dealing with question 1, I think this would be a useful time to adjourn. In fact, we could have our meeting now. So, if it's to be recorded, presumably we should have it here. Is that, right.
Is it coffee time? It's coffee time now.
It's coffee time, yeah. Right. So I would suggest if the 4 people would like to join me at this table, and I think it's should we? Let's say 25 past 11. Is that okay? Yes. So resume at 25 past 11.
You need an internet. Yeah. You need an internet feed to get on.
Do you need to be anywhere to start?
It's a third word. Yeah, sure.
I'm asked in there if it's possible to get an internet key.
What's the password?
Yeah. I've just got a tablet that you can borrow.
What's coming up?
Sorry?
What have you got?
Well, I'm tweeting it at the moment.
You need to key what password is.
Yeah, no, it's just right. I just thought it would be better to report people as much information as we can get, because to be honest, what we did there is he needs to have something actually recover from.
Should be sort of 2 points.
Yeah.
That's one type bar we've got. Probably that one.
He's running. I need to next
Fair signals.
We can start without you.
My laptop's there. I'm doing the pad.
Have you got a key, Peter, to the
The
internet?
Wi-Fi now I'm using just mobile data. There is a Wi-Fi network here.
Yeah, there's a-
Yeah, there's Wi-Fi. We're just trying to see which one comes up stronger.
I'm going to lend him my tablet so that if you can get the information off that from his email, then basically it's all above board, isn't it? I think. That's probably the best.
He borrowed it, but he probably thinks it's...
Possibly.
My laptop's I locked it before instead of unlocking it.
If I drop a
No, we haven't got any floor ones in this room.
I think he's gone to see if he can get the key.
the key to
For the internet.
Oh,
I've offered to lend him my tablet so he can demonstrate whatever he wants to do.
I've got it.
Have you?
Yes. I don't know why it's been. I was going to see what this time was. If you find a plug.
There are two over
There's
there.
two there. There's two there. It's on the end table.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, acceptance. I'd have to sit against the wall to stop putting people up.
Well, that's
Okay, so it's possible.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
What have you got that's coming up?
Yeah, I've got the Horntye bar. Is that what you got?
Bar, yeah. So it's Horntye and on
Is that?
the initial counts. No counts.
Right, just wait for the next and then...
Right.
Is that bar? Is that
Yeah.
Right,
21.
if you'd like to join us for that, please.
Bar, yeah. Yeah, I think we're closest to the Horntye bar. Horntye bar, 21. Initial caps for Horntye.
quite low, but it's going to do it.
Yeah. I think it grows. It's got strong. Yeah.
Have you connected?
Connecting, it says.
Right, can we make a start?
Yes. People are coming on the pod, but they are.
Right, are you going to join us then? Right, the first thing I'd like to say is that, running this department climate examination is no easy job, I assure you. I've been doing them since the 1990s, but, and I do... probably not. And, I put it lightly, I do like people to get on with each other. I mean, it makes it easier for everybody, and it certainly makes it easier for me, but at the same time, obviously I have to protect people's rights, and I have obligations towards everybody. The matter of the accusations at the pre-hearings meeting, Mr. Collins and myself shared hands on it, and that's off the record. We've forgotten. I thought it was very generous of him to apologise. Thank you again for that. Now, as regards Barley Lane, what I would like to do is to keep it on the program at the time, but obviously if there are any matters that we can't deal with at the due date, whenever it is, well obviously I would say when is this information that we're waiting for likely to arrive, and if it's a week or two, well then presumably we could deal with it by way of written works or come back from our hearing if that is necessary. But I would like to deal with it or deal with as much of it as possible at the due date. And in fact, you have asked for a site inspection, I think on the 5th of December, if you are. Sorry, that's Friday, yes. And I don't know whether you got the message or not, but I said to Lynette, yes, we can do it then, provided that we have completed all we need to here by that Thursday afternoon. So you might like to pencil that in your diary, and that will be an accompanying visit.
Whilst we are here, and Mr. Hodge is literally alongside us, I just did want to point out that the response that was sent to him from the information officer was very detailed, and sorry, I'll come back to that. So I was about halfway down here, so we then went on to talk about the SNCI report, which was reviewed in 2009, and then because of advice that came out from DEFRA, just hold a second with me, please. Advice that came out from DEFRA, that was when they changed from an SNCI to a local wildlife site designation was recommended, and that's what we did for the plan. Now, having said that, what we have then is Mr. Hodge's response direct back to me, copied to the net as the programme officer, that says, not surprisingly, the information you have supplied fails to address. Now, Mr. Hodge said there, 20 minutes ago, he hadn't had a reply. Now, I asked him to explain that. If you haven't had a reply, why are you saying that? That's your email address. That's from you to me, copied to the net, saying that that reply spectacularly fast correct. All of that was there. With that.
It's not attached to what I had.
Well,
All I had is a brief, it looks like an internal memo stating there's no data, but it's actually it's dated 96. It looks like an internal memo, and there's a paragraph, one paragraph, which describes farming land. The rest of it is about the rest of the valley. And that was all I've seen. Now, if you want to send that to me again, I might have to look at that. I haven't seen it. I don't know what's happened, but I haven't got that.
Okay.
And may I just as a follow-up, so that we can stay on terms,
Yes.
Mr. Hodge's subsequent, I haven't had anything spectacularly fails to, you have asked what in my view, over and above what we have responded to here, you merely asked for the qualifications of the person who took the survey. In addition to these four, which at the moment you're saying you haven't had a response to.
No, that's not even a report.
Well, that was the response that was sent. No, an attachment was sent.
I've got the attachment.
And the attachment was sent to avoid you having to pay photocopying for a 100-page report when only 3 of the pages refer to the client's site.
Well, it sounds like you've sent 2 emails. One with the attachment, which you've got.
Yeah.
But the other one I haven't.
Well, look.
Well, I'll check with the information.
Yeah, okay. I mean, can you make sure...
If you can send this to me again, I might have to look at it.
Yeah,
It sounds like a lot of people might want to answer the question.
And so my whole point in this, my whole point in this was Mr. Hodge was concerned that we had this information before matter 5.
Yeah.
And on the basis, before your client's land is, it's there as a site visit or a mission site, isn't it? So I was anxious. I had through email traffic confirmed to Mr. Hodge that I would endeavour my level best to get the information to him before matter 5, and you confirmed it was under matter 5, focus area 12, that we wanted to consider.
Right.
So that, I honestly believe is with you, you honestly believe it isn't, we will resolve that.
Is it a photocopy facility here?
Yeah, that would be useful, yes. Look at it and then come back to me if you think there's anything. But hopefully this will provide you with all the information that you've asked for, and then we can keep to the programme.
The other, as I say, minor thing, again, as I say, so we can keep on speaking terms, in our matter 4 response, which is the natural and historic, because you had asked for the qualifications of the gentleman who carried out the original survey. That is here, and this is a statement by Murray Davidson, who is Environment and Natural Resources Manager, and who gives you there his relevant experience of what they're doing. So in matter 4, appendix 1, so that is the gentleman who carried that out, and that is his role at the council. That is his statement.
Right, okay. So if a photocopy could be made of all that and given to Mr. Holly, and then we'll see where we go from there.
I can read it tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. Excellent.
Okay.
Right, was there anything
Very
else?
helpful. Thank you very much.
Was there anything else?
I think it was only to agree, sir, with your suggestion that any formal complaint, allegations or otherwise, is now to be dealt with, however it was dealt with, was entirely separate from this examination.
Yes, well, I don't want to be involved with harassment.
Probably just to point out, I mean, if it wasn't you that was there, then I'm quite happy with that. I've asked the council to say who it was there. All I'm asking on is information the men gave to me. The last time I gave you your names, so I don't know where they got it from up there. So if it wasn't you, then
When I was the Law Council, back in about 2001.
Right. So is that's the lot, isn't it? Yeah, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and we're all on speaking terms. Excellent. Good.
I've got time to, what time are we coming back?
25 past. I think if you want to bring your coffee back.
Is that okay?
Yeah. I think I've got everything. I think so. No, keep copying me in. Yes.
It could well be something to do with that, because it's somebody who's probably the lot of professors got a really
strategy, but the program sort of arise from anything else Of course, to more every day. We work together now. I know him very well.
It is now 25 past 11, so let us press on, and I'd like to turn our attention to question 1.1. Which measures has the Council taken to comply with the duty to cooperate? With which local authorities and other bodies has that cooperation taken place, and what has been the outcome of that cooperation? What documentary evidence is there to convince all concerned that effective cooperation has taken place, and which evidence is there in the plan of the effectiveness of that cooperation? How has the Council acted as a good neighbour in the preparation of the plan? I'd like to deal with that part of the question first, and then we can go on to deal with and which measures has the Council taken to ensure that the plan is legally compliant. And in that context, we'll be looking at consultation and the measures which the council has taken as regards consultation. So we'll deal with duty to cooperate first. If I could just remind everybody of a number of statements that the planning practice guidance says about the duty to cooperate. It says the duty to cooperate is not a duty to agree, but local planning authorities should make every effort to secure the necessary cooperation on strategic cross-boundary matters before they submit their local plans for examination. Another point is if a local plan is found unsound at the examination, the inspector will recommend that it is not adopted. Although an inspector must recommend modifications that will make the plan sound if asked to do so by the local planning authority. There's also a list of the bodies that the duty to cooperate applies to. And then it talks about our local enterprise partnerships and local nature partnerships subject to the duty to cooperate. So I will invite the council to amplify their statement in the light of any representations received. And there's just a couple of points I would like to ask them on. One of the bodies that they should be cooperating with are the local nature partnerships. And I did note, as far as I could see, it was the only reference. It's in HBC DMP 10. This is the statement of compliance with the duty to cooperate. And on page 33, it does refer to local nature partnership, brackets, led by Sussex Wildlife Trust. And there is comments there on the result and the outcome and the influence on the local plan. The other thing I'd like them to comment on is the list of bodies that they should cooperate with, and one of them is the Marine Management Organisation, and I just wondered how relevant that was for a seaside town like Hastings and St Leonard's. And finally at present, I'd like to ask the council whether any authorities or any other body referred to in the planning guidance who have or should have been consulted with regards to the duty to cooperate, whether they've objected or complained that the council has either not abided by its duty to cooperate with them or has not cooperated with them to a sufficient degree. So if you could take on board those queries. So council, if you'd like to amplify, if you wish, on your statement concerning the duty to cooperate, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the Council confirms it has met its legal obligations in relation to Section 33A of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act, introduced through the Localism Act in 2011, in relation to how it has diligently cooperated with other authorities concerning cross-boundary matters. And this is demonstrated in the Statement of Compliance with the Duty to Cooperate, submitted with the plan for examination, as well as obviously the Matter 1 statement from the Council. There are also references in the self-assessments, parts 1 and 2. So the Development Management Plan does build on the cooperation and collaboration that was successful for the planning strategy across a range of relevant strategic matters, including transport, infrastructure, education, and landscape. And the Council has a high level of constructive cooperation on these strategic matters that cross administrative boundaries. And so these have been particularly informative for the site allocations policies for Ivy House Lane, the employment areas, and other evidence that amplifies the statement of compliance, was the recent announcement on the 4th of July for the strategic economic plan and the allocations through the growth corridors for Hastings and others. Substantial sums of money were allocated for that area due to the joint working and also for transport improvements, as well as walking and strategic cycle networks. Further details on all of that are provided in matter 3 in some of the appendices provided by John Shaw from Sea Change Sussex, and also other participants for that day.
Heating up. I think it's the heating. It's making a bit of a noise, isn't it?
Just in summary, Sarah, the council, obviously led by Mr Cookson and the team, have had very constructive relations with Rother District Council and East Sussex County Council, and they're grateful for their participation today and supplying matter statements to that effect. Council will continue to have constructive working relations in the future through the local plan portfolio members group to discuss strategic matters across East Sussex. Evidence to support that is provided at the appendix of the Statement of Compliance with Duty to Cooperate.
Thank you. Well, Rother District Council, you're one of the bodies that the Borough Council has to cooperate with. I've read your statement. Is there anything you would like to add at this point?
Not significantly, sir. I think you'll see from the statement that the District Council has been very happy with the continuing cooperation that there has been, that was well established through our respective planning strategies, and I can confirm, of course, that our own inspector was satisfied in terms of the duty to cooperate on our strategy. You will see from our matter paper this has covered the whole range of strategic priorities, and we list sort of relevant policies and outcomes, and we also to confirm what Mr Cameron said in terms of the ongoing work in terms of delivery of strategic infrastructure.
Thank you. And East Sussex, did you wish to add anything to your statement?
Thank you, sir. Just merely to confirm that we've worked with the Borough Council very constructively over a number of years throughout the development of the planning strategy and the development management strategy on the infrastructure requirements to support the development coming forward in the plan being considered today. As Mr Marlowe has highlighted, that work has also involved close into work with Rother District Council due to the interrelationships between the two authorities and the infrastructure needs for the two authorities as well.
Thank you. Borough Council, Marine Management Organisation, did you wish to say anything about that? I mean, did you consult them? Should they have been consulted? Do they have any bearing on the development plan?
Thank you, sir. Yes, looking at page 33 of the Statement of Compliance, and in the table 2 above the Local Nature Partnership, there is reference to the Marine Management Organisation, and under the column Result and Outcome, it talks about this zone being identified as part of the consultation process, and then a resulting influence has been a change and a reference to the marine conservation zone in the policies.
Okay. Right, thank you. So, does anybody else wish to say anything about the duty to cooperate? I think you had your hand up first, Mrs. Stevenson.
Very much. I certainly do. This is all right. You mentioned, Mr Hollocks, about the duty to cooperate with your neighbours, and you mentioned Sussex Wildlife Trust. You actually quote them as a...
Yes, the local nature partnership.
Right. Well, clearly something's gone radically wrong here because they have actually submitted a very, very strong statement about the whole thing. They have actually said they urge the inspector to look at the site applications and their impact on the delivery of natural capital. They go on and they actually quote and say that there are 3 allocations adjacent to triple SIs, 5 allocations are in local wildlife sites, 15 are adjacent to local wildlife sites, 2 are in ancient woodland, 10 are adjacent to ancient woodland, 2 are adjacent to other priority habitats, and 6 are adjacent to local nature reserves. Well, my concern is, of course, that our site, Knobsack A, actually fulfills, I think, 5 of these specific listings. So I'd like to know from the council, if you consulted with Sussex Wildlife Trust, as you seem to imply that you would, why have they come back with this rather damning statement that they really are upset about what they have found? Because it doesn't seem that you have. Because if you had, you surely would have listened and you wouldn't have put these allocations in these very special places. So to me, there's no confidence in this report whatsoever, because clearly you couldn't have done. Otherwise they would have come back with this terrible statement, what they've written here. And do you have an obligation to liaise with the Sussex Biodiversity Records Office? Because they've just sent me a rather shocking email which says that Churchwood SNCI isn't listed as an SNCI in your documents, and they're saying you withdrew 5 SNCIs since April 2009, and you've got 30 listed on your site, and there's only 25 designated now. That is another worry. Of course, SNCIs are now called local wildlife sites, but there's something that doesn't seem to be actually looking very right here to me.
Okay,
And I'm particularly concerned about Sussex Wildlife Trust. What they've quoted is quite dreadful.
Okay, well, I'll put those points to the council, but I'll just go around to see if, yes, Mr. Wise.
Yes, I think it's 3 points. One, have you noticed from the map of Hastings that they haven't included anything about the link road, which is going to affect the borough in many ways. Also, there is a new road linking the link road round behind Sainsbury's, I understand, to the A21 that's proposed since the plan was built or made or whatever.
That's Queensway, isn't it?
Yeah, Queensway. Yes, the link road joins Queensway, and the traffic up at Queensway is going to be whatever. The second point is, I understand that in the next couple of years, Hastings is going to be in dire trouble because when the pumping outfit at Rock'n'Or cannot cope with the volume of material, it's just pumped into the sea. So I think not only the marine, whatever you call them, people are going to be upset about it, but I understand that it's going to cost Hastings a lot of money. And there's all sorts of problems in Hastings in direct relation to that pumping station at Rock'n'Or, because that pumps the sewage along that huge pipe that goes through the car park up to Pepsham Farm, and when it gets overloaded, it goes into the sea.
So are you saying that the council has or has not cooperated with the various bodies, but if they have, that cooperation has not been effective?
Yes, both.
Both.
And the third thing is, I have a letter in my possession saying that from the Environmental Agency, a Mr. Kim Smith was the author, stating that Hastings Borough Council is not taking their advice. In particular,
so you're prepared to put to the examination?
Sorry?
Is that a letter that you're prepared to...
Yes, I can provide you with a copy of it, or give it to you, because I've got it in my possession.
Right, okay. Well, if you'd like to give it to the programme officer,
Yeah.
obviously I must give the council a fair opportunity to respond to it.
Yeah, right. Good. Thank you.
Okay, good. Right, yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Just on the, sorry, it's a bit late. On the matter of consultation, we talk about consulting sort of statutory bodies and so forth. My concern is consultation with individual landowners, in particular my clients. As I've said before, there's been a complete lack of consultation since at least 2004. In my submission, although I deal with it in more detail when we come to the focus area in particular, I'd just like to draw your attention to the fact that 3 complaints have been submitted to the council. The first one is dated the 29th of May 2012. The second one is the 23rd of January 2013. And the third one is the 12th of March 2013, all of which have received little or no response or a completely inadequate reply.
Okay. I mean, we are dealing with cooperation, the statutory duty of cooperation, rather than the broader consultation that we will look at when we deal with legal compliance.
Yes, that's why I say I deal with it in more detail when we come to the focus areas.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Newbold.
Yes, I'd like to amplify this as well, because I believe that Natural England haven't been consulted on particular sites, and in fact I do have a data protection request with Natural England asking them for any particular letters they have, particularly to Speckled Wood, and they returned that saying they had no documents at all. In addition to that, Sussex Wildlife Trust are obviously very concerned. I've seen the same statement. I also note that some areas do not seem to have their adequate biodiversity checks done on them, and in fact I don't think the council is abiding by the rules that are set up there. I have a letter which is a 17th of July 2007, which has come in late to me, to, I believe, what's this one? It was to the planning situation when the acts were going through with the local plan, and it was asking for particular habitat reports or full site surveys on Speckled Wood in 2007, yet these still have not been addressed. And I want to know really, or I don't see how you can actually say that you've been working with all these individuals if you're not doing any of the work that they entail and going along with them.
Okay. I mean, again, we'll look at that in more detail when we're looking at particular sites. So, unless there's any further questions or comments, I'll ask the council. Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
I just want to make the point about the cooperation with Robert and various other people. I've made these points before, but bear with me, I'll say them again. Hastings is tightly constrained by the High Weald area of outstanding natural beauty to the north, east, and Coomhaven to the south. We have a land area of 12 square miles. So what happens is we've got an area of 12 square miles, and what we have an area of 197. We have a population per square kilometre of 2,713, and Wother had one of 179. Around 170,000 people live in Hastings and Wother. Half the population live in Hastings and St Leonard's, 1/4 in Bexhill, and only 1/4 in Wother. Hastings has the highest population density of any East Sussex borough, and is at an average of 30.4 people per hectare. The figure for East Sussex as a whole is 3.1 people per hectare, and the figure for the South East as a whole is 4.5. Wother has half the national average. And this is from East Sussex in figures. The borough has almost reached saturation point for development. and the remaining areas should be sensitively developed to leave a historic town with character which will encourage tourism. There will be very little land for development after 2028. The question was asked before, does Rother meet any of Hastings Borough Council's unmet needs? And Rother has passed their plan quite quickly. The lady that is the lady inspector did query whether how much cooperation was done, and she said, well, you know, that's it, so it went through. But we are in the situation where a lot of the sites that have been allocated haven't been finalised. We don't know whether in fact they can be achieved or not. So in the local plan of 2004 it said that the housing provision should recognise that the housing development is limited beyond 2006. I am of the opinion that the figure of 3,400 dwellings will not be achieved for the proposed allocated sites.
In fact, Mr. Ingleton, we will be looking at these sort of figures when we're dealing with housing tomorrow. And also, as I said before, we will be going through the plan, looking at each individual proposed allocation.
I understand that, but what in fact is happening is that we are getting a lot of green area sites, sort of playing fields, mainly along the ridge, and the road construction going along the ridge is going to be very bad, especially with the link road. There's going to be all sorts of problems there, and we are almost building the whole of Hastings as a solid built area. There's going to be no green areas left for wildlife or people.
Okay. Right. And are you saying that the council has not cooperated effectively with, for example, Rother?
Well, I don't think Rother's particularly cooperated with us either, because I think some of the allocation with the things that we're supposed to need, they ought to be providing some for us.
I mean, this is something we looked at when we dealt with the planning strategy.
We did indeed, but it's coming up again, and I'm making the points.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Right, unless there's anybody else got any further comments on the duty to cooperate, I will invite the council to respond. Oh, there was just one other point that I did ask you about. Have any of these bodies complained to the extent that you've not cooperated with them, or you haven't cooperated as much as they would have liked? Has there been any?
No, sir. But I'm happy. Mrs. Stevenson is burning with the Sussex Wildlife Trust, so I'm happy to respond to all of the comments that have been made, sir, if now is the appropriate time, or if Mrs. Stevenson wants to go first.
With due respect, I was going to say, if you don't consider their report as an objection, I'm amazed, because they're certainly not at all happy with what you've produced. So I would have to say, in my book, that goes as an objection, because they've objected on here. But you say no. They say they are objecting to your proposals.
Sorry, the question was about statutory bodies. We certainly do see that as an objection from Sussex Wildlife Trust, and indeed they are here on matter 4, I think, to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, if I may, sir, and briefly to thank Mr. Ingleton for setting out very clearly the sort of challenges that we face, because ironically, whilst we have Mr. Newbold exceedingly concerned about development in one part of the borough, the gentleman sat on his left is actually suggesting that whilst the planning strategy is looking to provide at least 3,400 houses over the plan period, that this plan should look to be providing of the order of 6,800. Now, that is the difference of opinion between those that might be pro-development and pro-environmental protection. And in response to the various questions, I would therefore refer, if I may, sir, to paragraph 53 of your report on the strategy, which confirmed basically a significant unconstrained housing requirement, generally accepted by the council and other parties. But you did confirm, in concluding that paragraph, sir, that the contention lies in the degree to which it should be met.
I've got this paragraph all ready for you.
Thank you, sir. You then go on at paragraphs 54 and 56 to talk about those various challenges and the balances between environmental constraints and meeting employment and housing needs. And you very carefully and eloquently describe the characteristics of the borough. And in response to the concerns that have been raised by the Sussex Wildlife Trust and referred to by Mrs Stevenson, if you look at the plan of the borough, there are very few opportunities for growth that are not close to or in close proximity to some of these environmental assets. The council's plan is looking to deliver that adopted strategy and is looking to deliver that in the most appropriate way. Mr Wise referred to the Queensway link. That is an application that is in, and obviously again at the pre-hearing meeting the inspector indicated that the development industry, the application process, does not wait for the gestation period of these local plans. The gestation period of these plans can be 3 years or so. The development industry, whether we like it or not, is not that patient. That application will go through its due process. Similarly, on the duty to cooperate, reference was made to the work that has been carried out with the County Council and with Borough and with the South East Local Economic Partnership, and where the government has supported the idea of growth in this area as needed and required by both Hastings and by Borough, but they have clearly also accepted the need from that cooperative work for infrastructure investment to support that growth in a sustainable way. And that is the reference to the link road and the work that is now happening on the site. In respect of sewage, again, there was reference made, I think, also in the additional submission that you put in, but I would also refer to the fact that in developing its plan, the Borough Council quite rightly looks to bodies such as the Environment Agency and Southern Water for advice, and you will see in our infrastructure delivery plan and also reference at matter 6 in para 6.4.5 that there were no significant capacity issues raised by Southern Water. Now that is not to say there is no problem if all of that growth were to happen, but they believe that through the timely provision of infrastructure they will be able to provide that capacity. Mr Hollidge talked about consultation with statutory bodies, but queried the lack of consultation with individual landowners, and obviously from Mr Hollidge's perspective, particularly in respect of the site that he is representing on behalf of clients. I can confirm, sir, that the council, for all persons on its database for the local plan, have sent out e-alerts and newsletters. And obviously, this is a two-way process. Mr Hollidge is a professional agent acting for that particular individual, and we have already made mention of the fact, sir, that the minor modifications and plenty of other information on the plan has been out there for some time. He made reference to complaints that he has said he's had no reply to or an inadequate reply. I don't feel we need to rehearse what we had earlier about his freedom of information request. As far as I'm aware, he has received responses. He may consider those inadequate, but we may have to agree to differ on those various points. Mr Newbold, I think, indicated that Natural England had not been consulted. I'm sure he will correct me if I got that wrong. But within the statement of compliance with the duty to cooperate, sir, you will see at page 13 there is a table, a summary table, indicating the influence on the planning strategy and development management plan that some of these statutory bodies have had. There is a clear reference there, sir, on page 13 to Natural England, who have been consulted. One of the significant influences they have has been in the development of our sustainability appraisal objectives. A particularly significant one that you will recall, sir, from your examination of the strategy was the exclusion of that large strategic site at Breadstall Lane. They have also inputted to and approved the appropriate assessment work that we have carried out as part of this plan.
So in essence, certainly Natural England have been consulted. Sussex Wildlife Trust, I think I have responded to Mr Stevenson. We accept that they have objected, they are concerned, and they will be coming to say their piece at these hearings. In respect of HBC not abiding by the rules, I think there was some reference to what might have been the Localism Act, but I'm not particularly clear where Mr Newgold was coming to on that. But in terms of meeting the duty to cooperate, and handing over now to Naomi Cameron if there is anything she wishes to add, I think we can show that they've clearly met that duty.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Council considers the plan to be sound, sir, and concurs with Mr Phillips' analysis that it has been influenced by the statutory bodies such as Natural England in the way that he suggests, such as the removal of sites such as Bredsall. A letter has been received, I think, on the 12th of November confirming that it's still Natural England's position that they would not wish to see that come back as an emission site. But some of their other correspondence with us has influenced the plan in terms of adding site-specific requirements to some of the policies for the areas, and also in particular certain requests for ecological opportunities and constraints plans to be carried out in advance of planning proposals. So as far as the Council's concerned, we've satisfied the concerns of Natural England and that as this plan is presented it is sound. In terms of Mr Wise's observations about water quality, in addition, I would like to draw your attention to the infrastructure delivery plan, which it sets out work with 30 or so different statutory providers across a range of interests, from economic, social and environmental. And paragraph 5.48 on page 15 refers to the Council has prepared a surface water flood management plan in response to previous flooding incidents. That this includes an action plan to deliver agreed out options such as the installation of subs, changes to maintenance and other things. So in addition to that, strategic flood risk assessments, several versions to keep the information up to date and in line with the latest climate change scenarios, has been prepared by consultants and signed off by the Environment Agency, and that work has influenced site selection of the allocations and also some of the policy wording in terms of the requirement for a flood risk assessment. Some of those requirements for a flood risk assessment are not because the site is in a particularly high flood risk zone, but because there is past history of surface water problems and several sites that can be drawn upon for that. So, yes, sir, the Council's position is that the Council's worked hard to engage with the statutory providers and has demonstrated with sufficient evidence that there's constructive dialogue that has influenced the plan.
Thank you. Sorry. Right. Yes, Mr Newbold.
Yeah, firstly, I think you were asked about the Sussex Biodiversity Record Centre and whether the council interfaces with that. I think Ms Stevens asked about that. I don't think you had a reply to that. In regard Natural England, I'm happy to provide you with the data protection freedom of information request that came back that states they have no letters concerning this particular site. And I'm wondering how many other sites this affects as well.
Well, I mean, I can only deal with the evidence that's available. And I mean, if they're saying that it doesn't exist, or a particular letter doesn't exist.
Well, if you give me time, I may have it in the statement already.
Right. I mean, does this applies to Speckled Wood?
It does, yeah.
Can we leave it until then? I mean, it's on this duty to cooperate. It's very much a broad approach. It's a statutory duty, and that's what I'd like to deal with at this stage, rather than the detail of particular sites. But I will, I promise, give you.
Do you take it on board that so that they are not actually contacted, or they haven't actually dealt with Natural England? Because obviously I have a letter. I have that as a freedom request, which says that there is no contact with them because they've had no letters with them, that clearly indicates that no conversations have actually occurred.
Well, look, can you give a copy of that letter to the programme
I will
officer,
do
and
so.
we will deal with it when we come to dealing with the 3 sites at Speckled Wood. Okay? Yes. Mr. Hollidge.
Just 2 brief points on Mr. Phillips's comments. The consultation, I'll just say, is a 2-way process. The fact that newsletters are sent out, that's not engaging with people, that's just telling them something. When you then write in with particular comments or complaints, that's when you expect a response, and so far that has been sadly lacking. And just to pick up on the point about minor modifications, I think I'm sort of relatively IT literate, and I can go through the council's website, but I don't suspect that they really think that everybody should go through it every day to see if the council's posted something new. Knowing that I was representing clients and knowing that I am a professional land agent, you would have thought that they would notify me that they were proposing modifications so that I could then go and check them, which they didn't.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Wise.
The young lady, Mrs. Cameron over there, spoke about this. You've got a copy of that,
Yes, I
haven't
have.
you?
Yes, I recognise it.
Yes. I assume she must have a copy of
I
it.
would imagine so, yes.
Well, then why is she talking the way she talks about the flood damage and this, that, the other, when there is this clear evidence? In fact, there are overwhelming serious concerns for the Hastings Local Plan Development Management Plan Policies Map. The following details demonstrates that the proposed plan fails and is not fit for purpose and completely unsound. Now, if she's got a copy of this, why did she speak in the ways that she has spoken? Thank you.
Right. I mean, this is what you're saying, isn't it? The following details demonstrates that the proposed plan fails and is not fit for purpose and is completely not sound. I mean, that's your view, isn't it?
Well, it's not only a view, it's a fact. If you look at the maps that are on the back and all the sites that they've got and read through very carefully, you'll see that it's totally irresponsible what they've done.
Well, I've got
You've
your
got a copy,
evidence, and
yep.
I've heard what the councillor said. I will obviously have to make a judgment on it.
Yeah, well, it's very clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingleton.
I'd like to take up the point about Southern Water. Southern Water have objected to most of the development areas and saying that there's not sufficient drainage available to do the job. The point we've made lots and lots of times is we have a Victorian drainage system which is heavily under pressure. We have problems at all different sorts of areas. And what's happening is we are getting problems with our seawater. So what's happening is we've got seawater that's being tested, and we are finding that we're very close to what the details are supposed to achieve. And next year, new figures are coming in, and Hastings are just not going to achieve the water quality for a tourist area like this, and I think it's appalling. I've also read through the infrastructure development plan, and most of it is baloney. There's lots of words, but there's not much in the way of facts about what's actually going to happen.
So are you saying, Mr. Ingleton, that simply too much development is being provided with insufficient infrastructure?
Absolutely.
That's basically your
Absolutely.
point.
That is the fact.
Yes, it is a fact, yeah. So, too much development and so that too much development and insufficient existing and proposed infrastructure?
Yes, that's right. We're going to be
There's
short,
no.
Just a moment, Mr. Wise.
We're going to be short of schools. We're going to be short of all sorts of things, and we're just not prepared for it. And it's no good just putting some words down here. Words don't actually put in foundations. Words don't put in drains. Words don't make the sea better.
I mean, we'll be looking at housing numbers tomorrow. I mean, I won't keep you to it, but I mean, as a rough figure, I mean, what sort of numbers do you think the council should be looking at for proposed housing?
Well, I think we've got to go through all the sites, and when we've got the figures, we can add them up.
Okay.
And it's fair enough to do that. I thought it was wrong that we did in the previous consultation say the numbers when we haven't actually proved what we can achieve.
Okay.
And I did think also that Robert ought to be helping us in this difficult situation because of the confines of Hastings itself.
Yeah, okay. Mr Stevenson.
About this southern water thing, I went through the websites and I seem to have found, I don't know if I'm right or not, someone might correct me, but all Southern Water's objections have been withdrawn. Am I right there?
Right. Before I turn to the council, are there any other points briefly? Because, you know, we've had quite a long discussion on this duty to cooperate. Yes, Mr Newgard.
Yes, can I just say on Ms Stevens' point, the actual link on the examination library from Southern Water doesn't work either. If you try to use it and go to the Southern Water information, it returns an information saying that there's no record finding on at all. And that has been pointed out, and nothing's been done about it.
Yeah.
Well, I just went through the submissions, the last lot, you know, you could go on the internet and see what people said online, the online submissions, and I looked at Southern Water, and at the top it says, withdrawn, objection withdrawn. Is that the case on all of them? All their submissions, were they withdrawn?
Yeah, happy to clarify people.
Yeah, okay. Mr Hollis, you've got another point.
Yeah, just a couple of points. Rather unusually, I find myself coming to the defence of the council actually in relation to Southern Water. From a development perspective, Southern Water's response to any application is usually that there is insufficient capacity. That's shortly followed by a request for a financial contribution of quite some substantial size, and in numerous cases that's been proved to be unfounded. Just going back to what Mr Ingleton said about housing numbers, I think we'll get on to this perhaps more tomorrow and when we get through the focus areas. But there's nothing, from what I've found in dealing with other local authorities throughout the country, there is nothing to say that the local plan has to provide the number of housing identified. It's not uncommon in many local authority areas for there to be a number of housing, the housing need requirement to be set at a figure, and that the local authority cannot meet that. I mean, it's then down to a case-by-case situation. There's no, from a planning perspective, no reason why the council has to meet that. If they're arguing that there's reasons they can't, they can deal with that on individual applications. But we'll see when we come on to my client's land, and particularly tomorrow, the recent Court of Appeal decision quite clearly states that it's not a problem if the council does not come up with sufficient sites to meet the housing need. The housing need can be whatever it is. Whether the council can meet that with allocated sites is a matter on an individual application.
Mr Newgard.
Yeah, I would say that's very interesting, because we've been told all the way along this that all these sites have to be in here because of this strict detail which says that the number of houses that we have to derive outweigh everything else. Now, I want to make a point to this gentleman over here that says we are two opposing sides. We're actually not. I'm not opposing development, and I'm not saying you don't need it in some instances, but I do think particular sites should not have development on them. Especially when there are problems with the infrastructure, especially when there are problems with the actual sewerage in the sites, or there's not enough infrastructure to support it. But none of these documents actually bring that information in. So how can you make a decision on whether something can be developed or not if that information is lacking from these reports?
Okay. Right. Duty to cooperate. Would you like to respond to the points that have been made?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the duty to cooperate, specifically the Environment Agency and Southern Water were among a number of the important consultees And coming back to Mrs. Stevenson's specific question, my understanding is that they have withdrawn all but perhaps one of their initial objections or concerns. I will check for you as to whether there is one outstanding and which that relates to. But essentially, we went through a process of sequential flood testing, which was validated by the Environment Agency, and that is in respect of the plan overall and all of the proposed allocations. That is referred to in our Matter 6 submission at 6.54, 6.55 and 6.57. In response to Mr. Wise, yes, certainly we have served a copy of your representations, as has Iona Cameron. I happen, fortunately, to have the colour version, that's why it looks more familiar. But as part of that duty to cooperate, sir, with the appropriate agencies, we undertook a specialist study by consultants, ACOM, in 2012. Those results were validated and endorsed by the Environment Agency in 2014. The Council also prepared and published its Surface Water Flood Management Plan in 2011, and Southern Water have responded and influenced the Infrastructure Delivery Plan. Now, I appreciate that Mr. Wise feels strongly that they are wrong and he is right, but those are the bodies that the Borough Council would go to seek advice. I would also refer, sir, to responses that deal with some of these issues in our Matter 1 response, paragraphs 1.3.7 and 1.3.8. And also point out, sir, that again, as part of the engagement with those bodies for the purposes of the planning strategy, which is now adopted, there is in there policy SC7, which relates to flood risk. I think that the comments that Mr. Newbold made are of the more site-specific type that we will be dealing with later on, sir, under Matter 5. I think I was merely pointing out the huge disparity from, I think, all of the individuals that are facing me, that they feel, as they obviously do, that the 3,400 in the strategy is too many, and that Mr. Hollidge in his submission is actually proposing over 6,800. So even if Mr. Newbold, sir, your site was not deemed to be suitable, that is the shortfall that some people are saying the council should look to make up. And bearing in mind what Mrs. Stevenson said about the number of SSSIs and local military reserves, that is the nature of a development plan document. It is a very difficult document to produce. It will never please everybody.
I mean, we will be looking at housing tomorrow, and we will be looking at site-specific. So
I did ask a question about this, about the Sussex Biodiversity Record Centre, and I think Stephen did as well. That seems to have been missed.
Apologies, sir, that's the second time. Certainly, sir, the Sussex Wildlife Trust and the Record Centre pretty well share the same base over in Henfield, and the information that the Sussex Wildlife Trust uses in responding to development plan documents, and indeed that the local authority use in looking at sites with a view to assessing their significance and sensitivity, comes from both the Record Centre and the Wildlife Trust.
Yes.
Mr. Phillips, I don't quite think that's correct, because I actually did a request to the Sussex Biodiversity Records Office for a scoping of a mile radius and species report, which is supposed to arrive today. And in fact, there's no indication that Hastings Borough Council, as custodians of the woodlands in Churchwood and Robsatwood, send any kind of data to them. So the massive report they've put in the post to me isn't going to actually tell me anything about the site that I'm most concerned about, which is Robsatwood, Churchwood and Robsack A, because it appears that the council does not submit information to this office. They rely upon people to, give them information about these sites. And I know more about that site than they do, because you had Mr. Cookson had a survey done which has listed a plethora of species which we thought were there, now we know are there. But the Sussex Biodiversity Records Office has got no record of it at all.
Well, when we come to Robsack A, tell me everything everything that you know about it. The other thing, I can assure you, Mrs. Stevenson, that that will be the subject of an accompanied site inspection.
Which has never really happened ever before properly. No, we'll go into that on the day because I am ready.
Right, I don't know whether to look forward to
It depends what you know.
Right, can I take, yeah, look, we spend a lot of time on the
Can I just make one quick...
Yes.
My point is about Southern Water, and I think the reason why they withdrew their objections to quite a lot of the sites is there was apparently one that wasn't. So what they've actually done is they've hidden behind a form of words, and the form of words says, provide a connection to the sewage system at the nearest point of adequate capacity. Now, has anybody said where that point of adequate capacity is? Because if you're going to put 100 houses somewhere, what size drains you're going to need, and where's the nearest one to connect up that will be able to be dealt with by the sewage and everything like that. So that's a form of words that they're trying to use. And I think that you can't give planning permission on something with a nebulous answer to that. You ought to know where that place is, how it's going to be dealt with, and you shouldn't give planning permission till you can actually connect up and the infrastructure is there for that site to be developed. Not give planning permission, as happened lots of times, and then say, oh, how are we going to get over this now? Happens too many times.
But wouldn't that be the approach of the council? I mean, if the council could not be convinced that there was adequate infrastructure or whatever, of whatever type, available or likely to be available, that would be a reason for refusal, I would have thought.
I think so. You are absolutely correct. And in response to Ms. Ringleton's continued concerns, I would, on this occasion, chime pretty well wholly with what Mr. Hollidge has said, that at the time of an application, Southern Water would be consulted as part of that application, and they would advise what that nearest point is. Quite often, again, as Mr. Hollidge has alluded to, they might seek developer contributions, which may or may not be justified, but that again is part of that process. If I can, sir, just refer to the policy that we did quote earlier. This was the SC7 policy. This is from the planning strategy.
Right.
And this was the policy about flood risk.
About what?
And
Flood?
it talks about the risk-based sequential approach. It talks about the flood risk and the Hastings Strategic Flood Risk Assessment. And basically, this would confirm, so that at the time of applications, those bodies, such as Southern Water, would be consulted for them to advise whether and where the suitable connection point was. And if that was not able to be proven, then that could potentially be a reason for refusal, as you say so.
I mean, that sort of brings me on, I'm sort of skipping a bit to 1.4 and how policies should be worded. I mean, they might, instead of saying for perhaps the majority of the policies that planning permission will be granted provided that A, B, C and D, etc., there might be a case for, when we come to infrastructure, for saying planning permission will not be granted unless A, B, C and D. But we'll look at that in more detail under matter 4, but I just made that point. Yes.
Can I just quickly say about the drainage situation? You know, the theory is fine, but I've got actual items in practice. In Victoria Avenue, there was a plan approved, and then a following application put in and approved, and there was no connection for the drains there. Nothing was done. Southern Water didn't come with it. They said that they couldn't achieve it, but planning permission was given. So we have lots of examples of these things happening.
All over town.
Right, well, can we now leave the duty to cooperate and come on to the second part of 1.1, and which measures has the council taken to ensure that the plan is legally compliant? And there I'm particularly interested in the means of consultation One point I would like to ask the council, the hard copies of the core documents, how long have they been in the public domain, and whereabouts, and what arrangements have been made for people to inspect them? So if you could deal with that. But first of all, I'd like to invite the council to amplify any matters in their response that they wish to in the light of the representations made, both written and orally. Okay, good.
Yes, the council does confirm it meets all its legal requirements in relation to local development schemes, the sustainable community strategy, the statement of community involvement, as well as the statutory regulations. So, and in relation to the community consultation statement, that was referred to at the pre-hearing meeting, sir, and also there was also a hard copy of our opening response to the pre-hearing meetings.
Yes.
On that. But in general, sir, as Councillor Chowney referred to in his opening statement, the Hastings plan has been shaped by a great deal of consultation with the civic groups, neighbouring councils and other statutory providers, and what's come out of that is a holistic plan that will shape development over the next 14 years, and so that people can easily find out what's likely to change in their particular area. The Hastings plan was divided into two principal documents. It was the Planning Strategy 2011 to 2028, recently planned, signed and adopted, and the Development Management Plan, which sets out policies and the site-specific allocations needed to deliver that planning strategy. The two documents share the same objectives, and the site allocations they can be found on page 8, section 4, implementing and monitoring the plan. And that also shows how the two plans really interrelate. And like the planning strategy, the development management plan plays a central role in place shaping of identifying sufficient land for housing, economic growth and regeneration, as well as investment in retail and tourism. The development management plan is consistent with the targets for growth and employment, as well as the best use of previously developed land in the area. And policies are in conformity with the planning strategy, and they provide further detail as appropriate to ensure that a sustainable community is put in place. And so for decision-making purposes, sir, it is important that the development management plan and the planning strategy are taken together. Evidence has been provided in Matter Statement 1, as well as the website, how the plan is largely consistent with the planning policy frameworks through the self-assessments parts 1 and 2. The second part of the self-assessment reviews the entirely new suite of planning practice guidance that you referred to, that came out in March, just after the plan had been approved. So before the plan was submitted, self-assessment part 2 to meet the PIN's guidance was undertaken, and that is available on the Council's website. The PPGs contain 41 different categories, ranging right across the board from advertisements to water supply, and completely supersede the previous planning policy guidance. So it's understandable there are a number of areas where additional detailed procedural references would need to be added as modifications into the plan. These relate to references to neighbourhood planning performance agreements, but also in addition to the validation requirements, and in particular some additional wording in relation to stability and reference to a slope stability assessment report. And lastly, just to summarise, perhaps just to throw in today, so the planning policy guidance, and it is referred to in the self-assessment part 2, the planning practice guidance, for open space, sports and recreation, public rights of way and green space, lists the specifications for local green space designations and assets of community value, and the wording there may be relevant for matter 4. But local green space designations will rarely be appropriate where land is planning permission for development. Therefore, sir, Council considers with those modifications that the planning strategy and the development management plan are consistent with one another and also consistent with the National Planning Policy Framework and the latest planning guidance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the measures the council's taken to ensure that the plan is legally compliant. It seems to me that, with respect, you're straying onto 1.2.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
It was the second part of the first question that we were looking at. And which measures has the council taken to ensure that the plan is legally compliant? Remember I mentioned consultation and what measures, where have these core documents been put and the arrangements for inspecting them?
I need to confirm with one of my colleagues exactly the precise dates that they were taken to all the statutory deposit points.
Right, yes, and everything else as regards legal compliance. I mean, we don't have the duty to cooperate.
Yes, so just in response to the pre-hearing meeting, the 6 points that you raised there, the council read out a statement in relation to its community consultation there, and it strongly believes that it has exceeded the statutory minimum requirements.
Yes, okay. Yes. So, now, these documents, where were they and what arrangements were made for their inspection and for what periods? If you could tell me about that, please.
I'll need to confirm with my colleagues who will be doing the administration of that, so before I can come back on that point.
So you're not able to deal with it now?
A little bit of time just to confirm and get those dates. I don't have them.
Right, okay. Well, I think I want to press on. So I'll go around the table, and it's now your opportunity. And just a moment, Mr. Newgrove. It's now your opportunity to convince me, if you can, that the plan is not legally compliant. And in doing so, I would ask you to tell me precisely what regulation or what part of the guidance the council has not complied with. So who would like to back first? Yes, Mr. Newgold.
So I think we've already had this conversation about the fact that we're not planners in this review. This whole side of this table is possibly unable to give you some of the information that you require, as in terms of the actual parts of the planning that it doesn't do. What we can actually do is we can demonstrate where there are problems with the consultation, and we can explain where things haven't been done, and we can give you that information. But that's really all we can do.
That's fine.
So
yes.
can I start with that? I am eager to get on with this.
Same here.
And I'm sorry if it comes across like that as well. If we look at the statement of consultation document on page 8, there is a section in 3.7 which states about the exhibitions across the town.
Yes.
And permanent information displays at the Quiller House. The exhibitions were held at Bridge Community Centre, Gensing and St Leonard's Community Centre, Stage Hall, Hastings Town Hall, Tilkern Community Centre, Priory Meadow Shopping Centre, Rodsack Community Centre, and Hastings Town FC Pilotfield West, St Leonard's Community Centre. You will see from my statement that I issued to you, there is a letter from Jill Brett, who is the manager of Priory Meadow Shopping Centre. She gave a detail of all of the meetings that occurred in 2013 and 2014. There was not one exhibition.
If you need to go outside to get this information, that's fine.
There was not one, according to her information, exhibition between 2013 and 2014. I have also talked to the Bridge Community Centre yesterday, and they told me that they had also had no exhibitions in 2013 and 2014. I was able to talk to the library, and the library sent an email stating that they had a consultation pack, this is the main library in Hastings, but had no advertisements to actually put up, like posters to actually say the actual examinations were actually happening. That clearly, I would suggest, says that they have not exhibited this information correctly, according to the information I provided here. We also have issue with the fact that the council seems to be stating in its documentation that the consultations that it's done have been very large. In fact, over 1,250 responses were received in relation to this consultation from 288 organisations. The information that's provided here doesn't seem to marry up with what's coming back on freedom of information requests. And in fact, the data that's actually supplied for the numbers are significantly more, and basically for one site, Speckled Wood. So how they can claim that this is a consultation which is working for all of the sites, I do not understand. Further to that point of consultation, I would like some clarification on the consultation process. It is my understanding that a consultation happens between a 12-week period, and the data has to be collected within that period. We worked with the council to that end, and have already demonstrated to you we produced quite a large response. I understand that after that time, a consultation document was put together after and outside the consultation period, and that's what you've received. Can you please confirm to me that you have received these documents and not just the appraisal document which was given by the council?
I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Newbold. Excuse me. During the lunchtime adjournment, you're quite happy to look at what I've got. And that applies, that invitation goes to everybody. Because I want to make sure that I've got everything that I need, but I can assure you that I have everything that the council sent to the planning inspector, and they sent it on to me. So, I'm very happy to...
The point I'm trying to make is the actual responses which were taken from the public don't seem to be given to you, and I've seen no indication of that. Obviously, I haven't seen what's in your box. I understand there's been a document produced outside the consultation which has these responses in it, and I don't see how that can be legally given to you as a response if it's been done outside the consultation period.
Well, as I say, you're welcome to see what I've got. I can't be fairer than that. Right, well, what I've got so far is that, well, would it be fair to say that there were not enough exhibitions? Would that be fair comment?
I think that would be fairly good, but I think it was be poor, would be my term of word.
So there's not enough exhibitions, and those that were held
were poor.
Right, okay, well you've had your innings, Mr. Newbold, for the time being. Does any, yes, Mr. Stevenson, you had your hand up next.
Right, I'd like to go right back to the very first consultation, which is called the Big Map, when I went to the town hall, and on the table was a big map of the borough, and we were all told to put up little post-it notes on the bits that we were bothered about and write on them. Well, that was brilliant, because once that map was removed, the post-it notes fell off, stuck to each other, and I'd like to know who actually coordinated and assessed those little comments. I've been to every single consultation since, and as time went on, it was quite clear that people were getting very confused about the whole rigmarole. They couldn't log on and do their online comments. We got no help from Mr. Cooks, and he said that was a standard practice, and you could either do it that way or you could actually do it in hard copy. Well, at the end of the day, we went round to people who were supporting our campaign, and we actually said to them, look, you have to do this, and then type in that, and that's how you do it. And it wasn't really fair, because we were not given the opportunity to actually submit our stuff in any other way. Whilst another group, Mr. Newbold's group, and good luck to them too, they managed to get a petition type of submission in of over 1,000 people to support his group. We were not given the opportunity to do this, so we were told you have to do it this way, you log on and do it like that, or you fill in a hard copy, and that's the end of it. So, okay, that's what happened there. Now, some of the exhibitions, there was one at the Tarleton Community Centre, and then we said, look, you've got to have another one at the Robsat Centre because you're not covering this area. This was a map that was supposed to be on display, and it wasn't. It was under a table, and I've said this before, but this is a map of all the green spaces and what have you in this town. And it's another way of thinking, that should have been shown at the very beginning so people could see what was what in that aspect. But it wasn't shown. It was under a table. And Mr. Hannibal actually gave me this at the meeting at the Tarleton Centre. He said you can have that if you want. I went to the one at the Priory Meadow Centre. This map is on the table covered in other papers. So it was never properly shown. But all the other maps they had on display were done on very fancy sort of boards, glossed, laminated. But this one wasn't shown. Well, so it carried on, and then I see all these marvellous reports at the pre-hearing meeting, which I only Cameron produced, saying they had thousands of responses. It is not true. I did freedom of information requests about these submissions, and in actual fact, one of them only came up with 90 for the year. Now, I don't have a date for that year until I go back to my other file. But they've been put in such a way, for example, this one says 1,250 responses are received from 288 individuals and organisations. But the way they tried to show it is that they had thousands. They didn't. They didn't have thousands of individuals. They had people like me who perhaps made 8 comments on one thing and counted as 8 respondents, which isn't right. So I think overall, this thing about this consultation being successful and marvellous and all that, it's not true, because very, very few people in the borough have actually put their comments up there. The most prolific were Speckled Wood. Very well done to them. But they managed to sort of bypass the system. And I think that was a good thing, but I wish we'd all been given the opportunity. So my main comment here is the fact that I don't think these figures represent a true indication of how the take-up was on this consultation at all. It was difficult to access, it's remained extremely difficult to access. Whatever the council said about their IT systems, they're not good at all. We tried to print stuff off last night, they refused to print it. It's just hopeless. So I think it hasn't been a fair consultation. And of course, it was also full of very technical phrases and regulations. And I don't think it's legally compliant because I don't think people understood what it's all about. And you can't say something's legal if your audience doesn't understand it. And that's why the take-up was so low. And it was extremely low. Over the years since it started, I doubt if in 2000 people actually responded. I don't think it hit 2000.
Anything? Yes, Mr. Well, I just want to make sure that Mr. Ingleton, did you wish to say anything at this point? Mr. Collier, did you wish to say anything?
Yes, in a minute.
We're on 1.2.
All right, my turn then.
We're on 1.2.
Two little things.
We're on the second part of the first
1.1.
question.
Okay, no, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Who's going? All right. The first time I've seen a decent sized poster shaping Hastings happens to be outside of this building. Nowhere else in the town have I seen a poster of that size. They've all been little pieces like that, and I think that is very wrong. 2, I'm glad Mrs. Cameron is back. Maybe it might not be quite related to this, but we're saying neighbours, the Coombe Caravan site requested and obtained permission to raise a 5 or 6, well, not about 4.5 foot bank to keep water out of their property, but on our side we have nothing. And the point is, each year with the tip of one thing or another, the floodplain is getting smaller and smaller, and this last year I had 3 feet of water in my garden and it's done me a lot of damage. But already, if you go down there and look at it, the river is swollen already this year, and one or two paths by the riverside have been flooded this year.
So you're saying because of that, the plan is not legally compliant?
Yeah, and this, the details in here are all explained, because the Coomhaven stream not only takes water from all these areas, but it also goes from Pebsham, Battle, Crowhurst, right round. It's an enormous catchment area. The river hasn't been cleaned out for 25 years, and yet Hastings Borough Council want to put all these properties in.
Right. Yeah.
But we speak about that tomorrow.
Yeah, there will be on infrastructure.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Mr. Holly, did you have anything further to say on whether the plan is legally compliant?
Just really to reiterate my earlier points that the consultation has been inadequate. There's not been any sort of two-way dialogue. I've, like many people here, have responded to each stage, from the big map consultation to the informal consultation to this, that and the other, and at every stage we put forward my client's land as a housing allocation and had no response from the council. As I said earlier, that culminated in 3 complaints to the council, which I gave you the dates of earlier. And one of the most concerning ones was that the SHLAR, or the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment, which was done in 2010, which largely governs the figures that they're talking about at the moment. There was a workshop that the council orchestrated, and there was a list of attendees, and despite my representations on behalf of my clients, I was not invited to that workshop. They knew full well that my clients were putting forward their size and allocation, and it goes back to what I said earlier about the fact is that there is no consultation. You only know about these things after the event, or if you can trawl your way through sort of volumes of documents on the website.
But I can assure you, Mr. Hollis, that your client side will be given a fair assessment.
Yes, that's why I'm not going to go into any further detail at this stage.
Thank you. So, yes, Mr. Newbold, before I turn to the council.
Yes, okay. Firstly, regarding Ms Stevens' discussion of the fact that our submission was a petition, I'll point you to our exhibit Rep 216340, in which there's a communication with Tim Cookson in regarding changing our websites so they match the development management requirements so that we could actually consult as an agent to the council. In addition to that, I point you to Rep 216343, where Stephanie Roots and Peter Chowney, as he said he was involved in this, he was told that there were problems with the DMP site. I point you to a page here where Miss Roots says that there was an error which has been resolved. It says, I refer to your email to Councillor Chowney below, and after speaking to our IT department, I found that there was a glitch in the council's website yesterday evening for a short time between 7 p.m. and 7:30. It was resolved as soon as possible so that you should now be able to access everything now. This is continual IT problems, and the council have admitted there's IT problems here in my statement. I believe this is one of the reasons why my statement has tried to be removed from this set of appearances. It's certainly not on any of the public examination sites. I would also say that one of the reasons for that is because some of the material they've said goes against the data protection site. But the questionable status of that is the planning applications, which we have in our thing, are all signed and on the planning application site.
Okay.
So if we're in breach of data protection, so is the council.
Right, okay. So, Council, do you wish to respond to those points? And particularly, if I could now have the information about when these core documents were available and when and for what period, that would be useful.
Yes, I'll respond to some of the comments that have been made, and I will try to be brief. In respect to consultation, again, Mr. Hollidge alludes to the fact that he's been kept in the dark, never hears. There is a letter he was sent on the 20th of March 2013 from Mr. Tim Cookson responding to each of his points as follows, and it confirms that following the focused consultation carried out in 2012, that the decision was taken not to pursue the site, that is his client's land, as a housing allocation in the proposed submission version due to the availability of alternative sites within the town that have less of an impact on the environment. So in terms of, having to chase all the time and not getting responses, I think that's a clear indication you were clearly advised where and why your site hadn't been progressed with at that stage.
Can I just...
I'm just wondering how relevant all this is to my examination of the soundness of the plan.
Don't like an allegation to be made about the And I just quickly say that Mr. Cookson did write back. Unfortunately, the site he was talking about wasn't my client's land. It was another site.
Well,
no, you're incorrect again.
No, I'm not.
Well, I'll be looking at Barley Lane, so make sure I get the right site.
And then, just briefly, sir, and this is on the broader issue of consultation rather than individuals.
Yes.
The site known locally as Speckled Wood has always attracted a lot of opposition. That is absolutely clear, and it's in the Council's consultation statement, following in particular the 2012 consultation, and that was followed by the focused consultation. I have a sheaf of emails to Friends of Speckled Wood and to Mr. Newbold. One from Councillor Chowney as early as January 2013, when he is reminding, on a friendly basis, he's saying, "Hi Martin, the consultation draft of the DMP went to the Council on December 19th. It will now be launched 21st of January. We have 3,400 new homes planned, but the inspector is questioning whether this is enough." Mr. Peter Canavan, who has been referred to twice already this morning, he sent an email on the 6th of March to Mr. Newbold saying, "This is a short courtesy email to explain the process." He encourages him to get involved and to make comments. He gives him the dates of the consultation. He also then writes to him in his capacity of representing a number of people from Speckled Wood. We've had those through March, we've had those through April. We even then had Councillor Chowney responding to Peter Canavan's email to say, "I call that quite a long courtesy email," and I quote, "He," that's Mr. Newbold, "can hardly complain now that he wasn't told. Thank you." In respect of the consultation statement, we have set out very clearly the various stages that we went through. So we talk about the big map consultation that Mr. Stevenson obviously was aware of and did attend, notwithstanding her comments about the post-it notes. We talk about, at 3.7, we haven't indicated erroneously where exhibitions were held. We set out what those methods included. There were certainly exhibitions held. I'm glad that at least Mr. Weiss confirmed that he has seen some posters around the town. We then, in respect to the 2012 consultation, confirmed we had 1,250 responses. We then held an informal focused consultation where we had 1,532 reps made from 1,407 individuals. Then, as we move towards the two formal stages of submission and the representations which you are concerned with here, we again talk about the 2013 proposed submission and the number of reps there, 378 from 92 individuals, and that is appended quite clearly at page 76 of this statement. We then finally look at the 2014 revised proposed submission document where we confirm we received 3,887 representatives from some 1,255 individuals. Where we look at some of the comments that have been made, again, if I might just very briefly, sir, confirm that in respect of the 2012, we have clearly indicated a high level of opposition to the site that Mr. Newbold is concerned about. We have not hidden anything. We have also
following those exercises, we wrote specifically to individuals to ask them if we had appropriately summarised their concerns. We wrote two in respect of Speckled Wood to Mr. Newbold, one personally and one to him with his website Friends of Speckled Wood, asking if he could confirm that we had accurately recorded his concerns. We did not receive a response to either of those letters. I feel, sir, and Mrs. Cameron will continue, we have gone beyond the statutory minimum by some significant margin in the consultation that we have endeavoured to do. And I do come back to the comments that I made earlier in respect of the information being out there, encouraging people to get in touch if they had a difficulty, and reminding them that as well as the online version, there were hard copies available. In response to your general question, sir, about when the documents were available, my understanding is that they were all available shortly after submission, sir, which was in July. But Iona Cameron will confirm or deny and give more detail on any of the other matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Cameron.
Thank you, David. Yes, so having spoken to my colleagues, I can confirm that a full set of submission documents sent to the Planning Inspectorate with full evidence-based library of core documents were taken to the Customer Contact Centre at the Town Hall within a week of submission at the 31st of July in line with the performance agreements.
Sorry, within a week of the 31st of July?
That's correct, sir.
So, in other words, if we say that they were available on the 7th of August, September, October, we're looking at 3 months in round terms.
Yes, and just to follow on from that, a statutory notice to conform with Regulation 24 was published in the paper on 26th of September.
Yeah, I think I've got a copy of that.
Yeah. And a newsletter, sir, which with the very catchy Shaping Hastings logo, which has been consistent through the whole local plan process, was sent to over 2,000 people on the database, including those who've made representations, clearly providing information about the dates of the examination, but also drawing their attention to the documents being available online, and also providing a very helpful telephone number and email of direct officers should they have any issues with accessing those. Subsequent documents have been added.
Yes,
during
I
the
mean
process
that's normal. That's normal. In fact, I think there's one been added today, or at least I've got it today. You say the documents have been available for 3 months. Whereabouts? Was it at the Town Hall?
That's correct, sir. Yes, it was at the Customer Contact Centre, which is just inside the Town Hall, and that is right in the town centre off Queen's Road. So,
yes, I know. Yeah.
And the process, just to confirm, is that obviously a customer would go into the contact centre and ask to see a document. They would then be provided with a copy of the core documents list with the reference numbering, and then someone would go and access those documents for them. There was no restriction on the number of documents that could be accessed at any particular time.
And you say it's that the documents were available at the Town Hall. Were they available at any other libraries throughout the borough, or and they've been available here, presumably, in the programme officer's room? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so, sir.
Believe so.
Since when?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday, right. The main cause of call was Mr. Town last night.
Yeah, Mr. Hollick, sorry, but I went to the Town Hall, as I've already told you. They're not on display like this lovely young lady suggests. They're shut in a cupboard, we'll say behind like where the programme officer is sitting, way beyond that, about another 6 or 8 feet. And when I asked to see them, I was said, "Are you being pedantic?" And that is the truth.
Right.
Now, I can honestly say that is the truth.
Right, okay.
They're not available.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you for actually stating that there was a large response to Speckled Wood. I have to ask, the whole point of the consultation is to have a finite end to it. And in this case, this is to produce a document. The large quantity of consultation responses you've had for Speckled Wood would say to me that you've had quite a lot of information stating that this, my site, Speckled Wood, should be removed from it. If this is the case, you've also said in supplementary documents you think there's been a legal response and it should be removed. Yet this has been submitted to you with this and other major sites that have had this same consultation amount for them. If this is the case, why are you not being presented with a document which is the best document where these have been removed so we're not dealing with this matter here?
Well, I mean, I'm dealing with these sites as part of this examination. That's the whole point of it.
But surely you should be given a document which is best appropriate, which, if there's this large response which is asking for these sites to be removed, why is that not being given to you in a document like this?
Planning decisions are not based on referenda. I mean, it is the council's decision what they put in their submitted plan, and it's my job to examine it as regards its soundness. And that's the reason.
But it's not sound, is it, sir?
I don't know, because
I mean that's the whole point. The documents are hidden in a cabinet behind the actual desk. You can't see them.
You say it's not sound. I haven't made a decision on that yet because I haven't heard all the evidence. Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Hollett, these documents were available at the town hall, but you could not get hard copies printed off. You had to go and look at them and digest it and hopefully go away and remember it all. Now, I've got a computer, so I was able to, in some cases, retrieve it from that. But people who went down there saying, can I look at these books? They couldn't get copies of it, and there were hundreds of different documents. There are hundreds online. So it isn't fair at all. I don't think that's legal to say you're going to make a decision for your town, that you can come down with these papers that you can't have hard copies. I mean, Mr. Sharp did manage to give me a handful once night, so he said I can't pick these up, I must see them. But it's not fair. And even with the big book, this book, right, when this came out, we've got 105 people on our estate who are all completely against that site being built on. So I went down and I said, can I have some of these books? You can have one. I said, what? I managed to get 2 out of them, and my good neighbour here, you got 2, didn't you? I said, look, I pay £2 a year council tax here, and I think we should all have one of these books on principle. Nobody can have 2. And when I got home, actually, inside, these hard copy leaflets were supposed to be there, I only had half of one. I mean, the whole thing's disorganised. I don't think that's legal.
Okay.
I think that's disgraceful the way we've all been treated over this.
Right, well, I think I've probably heard what everybody wishes to say on this matter of legal compliance. Yes, Mr. Hollett, you'd like to say?
Just a quick point. I don't know about the numbers of representations that the council has stated, and the people around me have disputed those, but it's what do you do with those representations? And as you just said yourself, it's for the council to decide. And my experience has been that they just ignore them.
Yes, that is a fact.
It's true.
Okay.
Can I just say one last thing, Mr. Hollett?
Yes.
I'm sorry. If the council seriously took our opinions to heart and listened, there are lots of things in this book that would not be in there. It's quite clear they don't listen to us. I mean, it's obvious, and this has gone on for so long, this consultation, it's heartbreaking actually. They are not listening to anybody. They've taken out one site, and that's the Bredsall Lane site, which is a very controversial, very large site indeed. That's the only site they said, yeah, we will take that one out. The rest, no. We're just little people here, and they're just ignoring us.
Well, I'm not ignoring you.
I know you're not. Thank you.
I mean, I think it was as a result of your representations that we got the planning strategy changed.
Yes.
Was it 2 or 3 policies?
3.
3, good as that.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I wasn't fishing for compliments, but there we go. Can I
say something?
Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
This document isn't really up to date, and a lot of things have changed. We've had lots of applications that have come in, and I know you say that planning doesn't stop, but we've got items that have got applications in for them. either in outline or full plan permission. And what ought to happen is, where that's happened, the numbers ought to be changed to fit it. But as I understand it, the council is saying, this is it, and I'm going to be judged on that. There are a lot of things there. And also what's happened is, I make the point that the council has driven a coach and horses through this development management plan. There's all sorts of applications gone in outside this, sometimes not advertised, things that are being built that aren't in accordance with the local plan, and we've had a lot of problems. And I just say, let's get the act together.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to turn to the council. Do you wish to say anything further?
I still would say sorry for making such a mess of everything.
Obviously, in respect to the comments that Mr. Pingleton has raised, yes, the development industry and the application process does continue. Whatever one individual might think of any particular decision by the council, or indeed on appeal, that does not make the plan unsound or the policies within it unsound. The inspector at the pre-hearing meeting did indicate that for those people that were concerned about the future of Hastings, that the best and most effective way of securing what you believe you need is to get a plan in place rather than have a developer-led approach. Now, in fairness, things will change weekly through the development plan process. We would never come to a conclusion or an examination such as this if we were forever having to revise, put the document out every time a planning decision was made. I think in respect to comments made by Mr. Newbold and Mr. Hollidge, in abject fairness to Mr. Hollidge, I think as a general matter, very many landowners would consider their land has to be the plumb obvious choice for development. That's not unusual. They stand to make a lot of money from that. So the fact that he is representing his client's land is perfectly proper and understandable. Equally, a number of those persons around the table that are objecting vehemently to the plan, I suspect are doing so more so on the basis of a single allocation that they do not like, rather than the overall soundness of the plan. And I think in respect...
I think we were actually told
let Mr. Phillips finish.
And if I may just finish, the council's task, as I indicated, in trying to balance growth needs, which are undoubtedly there, and we are encouraged by government to, as far as we are able, meet our projected housing needs, and that is a massive and important part of what the council has to do. It is not necessarily, if I may call it this, a beauty contest of just how many people are against something as to whether that site goes in or not. It is looking at those sites through the sustainability appraisal and other processes and choosing the ones that we feel can best deliver with minimum impact upon the environment.
Proper infrastructure.
Right, well, look, I would like to bring this.
It is quite important.
Go on, yes.
Because he mentions the sustainability
Yes.
that he's got, which is this one, and you won't find Specklewood or Rob Sack A in here. Now, this document, I understand, is here to actually give an indication of what loss the actual prospective value of these sites would have according if they came into effect and were built on. How can this plan be sound if you're going to put these forward, these sites? Surely they have to be in this as well. They're not.
Well, it's your job to convince me that Speckled Wood should not go forward as a housing application.
I will do so.
I'm sure you will, yes. Whether you'll convince me or not is another matter, but I know you'll do your best, and that's, one of the reasons I'm here. And the same goes with Rob Sack A. I will treat or consider very carefully everything that you say about it, and also anything that's in the written regs. I will visit the site, and I will do my level best to come to what I believe is the right decision.
Would those sites be accompanied? Could the people who are supporting the campaign to save the site come with you? I know we can't speak.
You said that you could have
It would be accompanied. I mean, obviously, one's got to be reasonable. I mean, I wouldn't want half the borough to come to accompany.
We couldn't manage that.
I think they would like to come to make sure it was an independent site visit and not just you and the council.
Oh, well, no, it wouldn't. No, certainly no site.
Outspoken here.
No site visit will be just me and the council,
Right.
or me and one of you good people here.
That's great.
So both sides, if I can put it that way, would be represented. Yeah, I mean that's the standard practice.
I know at all.
You can point things out to me. I mean, one of the things I want to do with Rucksack A is to look at the various boundaries of the ancient woodland. I do want to do that. And I want to get right into. In fact, I think it was about just over a year ago you asked me to have a look at Rucksack A, and I did that on my own. I will do it again.
You did it on your own?
I did, yes.
You're very brave.
Oh,
It's quite difficult to get in there, actually, without getting caught up in the world. Sort of. I put bushes and trees and...
Right. No, I got right to the centre of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I just ask, you will be attending Speckle Wood as well to do a site survey?
Yes, very much. Yes. Mr. Wise, briefly.
Right, briefly. The thing is, Mr. Hollocks, everybody has got it mainly wrong, because Speckled Wood is in the middle of such a dense populated area. There is nowhere for any excluded wildlife to go.
Mr. Wise, I must ask you to stop, because I will be dealing with speckled wood
And all the other
at
places.
the appropriate time, and it may well be that members of the public who live near there will want to come along and hear what you and everybody else say about speckled wood. So you'd simply be repeating.
All right, sorry.
No, that's fine. No. Right. Well, I think that unless were there any other points that have been made that you want to come back on, Council? Probably not.
I don't think there are any outstanding questions that we haven't.
Can I just answer that point? You said about the fact that we were vehemently trying to bring down this document. There are problems with this document which are in its own shape and form. And additionally, we were told at the pre-hearing that we could only have a main matter removed from this hearing if we could prove the plan was unsound.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that housing allocations go to the heart of the plan, and I think I would imagine that any additions or deletions would be the matter of a main modification. That's the way I would see it.
So are you saying then that we can have a main matter and modification without proving the entire plan is sound?
Well, no. Main modifications are required to make an unsound plan sound. That's the way it works. Yeah.
It's confusing, so.
I see it like this, am I wrong? You could have a couple of things in the plan that aren't really sound enough to leave, and you could sort those little bits out and make it sound. Otherwise...
Well, I mean, basically, there's two types of modifications.
Yeah,
there's the additional ones, which are just sort of updating, clarifications. They don't go to the heart of the plan.
Right.
And then there are the main ones, which in this instance, I would imagine being an additional site or sites, or deletion of site or sites.
Yeah.
And if I felt that they were required to make the plan sound, I would be making main modifications to the plan to make it sound, and those modifications would be placed on deposit for another round of consultation. I know it's not easy to understand. I must admit I struggle with it.
I think I do.
Oh, good. You must tell me sometime.
Well, it's all in here.
Right. Well, I think that does bring us to lunchtime. So thank you all very much for your contributions. And if we could meet again at 2 o'clock. And I think, Mr. Newbold, you want to have a look to see what I've got. And if anybody else wants to join us. In fact, I think there's somebody from the council. Well, no, because I want I'm asking the council to amplify, and then you can come back then. So, Mr. Phillips, or whoever, do you wish to amplify your statement? 1.2.
My mistake, I already set out the council's position in relation to this earlier on.
Yes.
So really it's just to say that obviously that the planning strategy and the development management plan should be taken together for decision-making purposes.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, the impression I get from your response that you're saying that there have been no changes in planning circumstances of such significance to merit any changes to the development plan. Is that's right?
A number of minor focused changes were set out in the minor amendments.
Yes. Yes.
In response to some of the statutory consultees' comments, and also in relation to some of the other neighbouring authorities. There was also a requirement as part of the submission of the plan to do a self-assessment against current national policy.
Yes.
And the suite of planning practice guidance had just come out.
Yes. In fact, they came out almost in the middle of the process.
Indeed. Indeed. So there are a number of minor changes to reflect the guidance in the modifications that are submitted.
Okay, well, if you could focus your attention on the question, have there been any changes in government planning policies or any other changes in planning circumstances to merit any departure from the policies and proposals set out in the adopted Hastings Planning Strategy, in which, if so, what are they? Mr. Hollies, you've looked at the St Albans case. I think it might be better if we looked at that tomorrow under housing. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I was going to ask the question and be led by your answer as to whether it's appropriate to discuss it here under this section or whether to discuss it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to refer to it this afternoon, that's fine, but we'll have
If I just make a very brief comment
yeah, sure,
today
yes.
and deal with it in more detail.
That's fine. Yes, thank you. I thought you were going to do that now.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, yes, there has been substantial changes, and it's largely brought about by a recent Court of Appeal decision dated 12th of December 2013, and it's a case between City and District Council of St Albans and the Queen on application of Huntston Properties Limited, the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government and another. And it really harks back to comments I made at the planning strategy and earlier on today, in that the planning policy framework has been clarified, the requirements under paragraph, I think it's 47, in terms of what is objectively assessed housing need. Now it's quite clear from that that the planning strategy cannot include numbers which have been constrained by other policies. The housing need has to be a robust, independently assessed figure, and the council did appoint independent consultants, Wessex Economics, who produced their report in, I believe, June 2013, which quite clearly demonstrated that the appropriate number was more like 404 units per annum, which equated to about 6,800 in the plan period. And I've got to say, I'm quite happy to go through the case law in detail, but perhaps tomorrow's more appropriate. But it harks back to what I said earlier. There's nothing wrong in a local plan having a housing need figure that the development management plan cannot meet. It's not uncommon. In many local authorities that I deal with across Kent and Sussex, it's quite a common position where they don't have a 5-year housing supply. That doesn't detract from the other policies in the plan, because each application is then decided on its merits, which is what the due planning process should be. So the fact that whether it's 200 units a year or 400 doesn't detract from the actual planning process and the ability of the council to decide applications on its merits, and indeed for planning inspectors to review cases on their merits. So in terms of this case law, it is a groundbreaking case. It is made quite clear it's a Court of Appeal decision. It doesn't get quite much higher than that. And the housing figures need to be objectively assessed, and that cannot consider any constraints such as green belt, geographical barriers, political boundaries, etc. It must be an unconstrained figure. And therefore this harks back to the planning strategy in terms of policy DS1, which will need to be corrected as a major modification to reflect this case law.
Right, okay, fine, we'll leave it at that, but we'll have a good discussion about it tomorrow. So, yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, can I just respond to the gentleman stating that there have been no council planning objections and no objections to the actual thing at all. In fact, we did ask the council whether we could actually petition the council to speak at these meetings. We were told we needed a petition of at least 1,300 people to do this, so therefore we were prevented from doing that. And I can provide you with that email as well.
Right, I mean, I'm looking at what changes there have been in government planning policies.
Yes, I know, sir.
And any other changes in planning circumstances to merit any departure from the policies.
Yes, I realise that. It's you're learning for an open to discussion with you regarding whether there have been any petitions in council when this was put through. Right. And we were not permitted to do that. We were set an astronomical figure to actually provide in a very short space of time to allow to actually take this matter into the council again, which we'd already done at the cabinet meeting, been told by the leader that you made a decision on the process.
Right, okay. Right, does anybody else have anything to say on government planning policies? Any changes in them? Yes, Mr. Ingleton.
It's not completely on government planning policies, but what seems to have happened is that we had the planning strategy and now we've got the development management plan. There's a little bit of overlap in the front of the DMP for various things, and somewhere along the line the sports, recreation and open spaces that we had in the 2004 local plan don't seem to have gone into this new document. So what happens is all the items that we were quite happy with about the amount of space, the space standards, and the sports pitches that should be around. What seems to be happening is a lot of the sports fields we had are going to be developed. So a lot of these things don't seem to be there. So a particular thing is a target to give 90% of households access to open space within 30 metres of their homes by 2013. Which, as you know, we've gone past there. So there are lots of things that haven't been done. And there are also the other thing from English nature about 280 metres from open space suggested by them. And there's a lot of information where we've got areas which are deficient in open space, where they are hugely overdeveloped. There's too many houses there anyway. And this sort of information doesn't seem to have got into the document. I think that's wrong.
Okay, yes. I mean, I think is it the Harrow Lane playing fields where, I mean, we'll be looking at that in some detail. And one of the questions I'll be asking is, is there sufficient public open space in the locality to justify allocating the land for housing? And
these points haven't been carried forward in this plan, so they seem, what was in the 2004 plan seemed to be being ignored, and I don't know if that's right. It ought to be updated to what's current now.
Okay, right. We will be having a session on public and private open space, and maybe we could look at that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yeah, sorry to go on a bit more. Just on the matter that my learned friend brought up here about sustainability. It is actually known that in my statement on one of the first 2 pages, it talks about the sustainability and the fact that the sustainability has not been met for the sites in the area. And we can see that from the fact that originally every household was entitled to an area of green space within 300 metres of their front door, no less than 2 hectares. This was originally a target in the community strategy which expired in 2013, which was given 90% of the housings access to open space such as parks and local nature reserves, public gardens and play areas for beach within 300 metres of their homes by 2013. That was achieved, but in 2006 it was a case superseded by a target in the 2006 Parks and Open Spaces strategy, which said by 2013 there should be at least one multifunctional green space meeting the council's quality standard in relevant respects within 300 metres of at least 90% of the houses in the borough. That itself was superseded in Hastings St Leonard's Sustainable Community Strategy 2009 to 2006, which said the increased percentage of these households with 300 metres of multifunctional green space area which meet the council's quality standard in all relevant respects by not less than 2% in the next 5 years and at least 82% by 2013. 2005-06 baseline of 60%. Target milestones of page 52 of the Sustainable Community Strategy 2010/11 milestone 76%, 2012-13 target 82%. This all means that the statement on page 52 of the Sustainable Community Strategy has not been fulfilled in the plan.
Right. Again, can we focus our attention on have there been any changes in government planning policies or any other changes in planning circumstances to merit any departure from the policies and proposals set out in the Hastings Planning Strategy? And if so, which consequent changes have been or should have been included in the plan? Is there anything? Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yeah, I just add a quick point. So I'm not going to go into detail now, but I'm talking about the National Planning Policy Framework. At paragraph 14, I think this is sort of relevant to the whole public examination. And I'll just quote what it says. It says, at the heart of the National Planning Policy Framework is a presumption in favour of sustainable development, which should be seen as a golden thread running through both plan making and decision making. And I think that has to be borne in mind when we're looking at housing numbers and talking about requirements and such. And the other point on the case law that I forgot to mention was the fact that it's quite clear from the interpretation of that. I think the actual council, I think it might be Mrs Cameron, agreed as such that the planning strategy and the development management plan had to be seen as in effect one policy.
It's the development plan, isn't it?
Yeah, and therefore I know it's a difficult in dealing with one inquiry, and it is hard enough for you, but in terms of having adopted a planning strategy in advance of the development and management plan, seems to fly in the face of what the case law says in this Court of Appeal decision. The two need to be done at the same time.
Well, right. I mean, the only point I'd make there is that the Hastings Planning Strategy was considered on the basis of the National Planning Policy Framework. In other words, we had the framework in front of us while we were, while I was examining the planning strategy.
I think at that point it hadn't been clarified by this case exactly what that planning framework means.
Right, well, unless there's anything else on question 1 and 2, I give the council the opportunity of responding to the points which have been made.
Thank you, sir. Again, essentially through my colleague Ian Cameron, we will. And dealing with the first part of that in respect of government policy or national changes, concur entirely, sir, with yourself and with Mr Hollidge. Would be more than happy to deal with issues surrounding the St Albans case tomorrow, together with other relevant cases that we may wish to refer to, but happy to deal with that tomorrow.
Oh, you said other relevant cases. I mean, have we got, I mean, if we're looking at other cases, I mean, I'd certainly like to have a look at the transcripts tonight.
I'll see if we can get hold of those for you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, you know, I think it's, I wouldn't want to be looking at them cold, and I don't think Mr Hollidge would either.
Interject and say yes, I'd like to see them as well.
Yes.
Otherwise, have them comment.
Yes, I mean, if you can't let us have them for this evening, well then obviously Well, I'd have to deal with it some way or another.
Right. Right, so references to cases that we might also seek to rely on will be sufficient?
Well, I think probably the transcript, we would want the transcript.
Okay, so
Yeah. See what you can do. Yeah. Otherwise, we may have to defer consideration of them.
Right.
Can I ask that those be emailed to me as well tonight?
I don't know, sir. I don't know if I can. Mr. Hollidge has not offered the St Albans case transcript.
It's in my submission.
Right. What, the transcript?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at that.
Right. I'm not going to spare one here if anyone wants it. Yes, okay. Well, look, we'll deal with the St Albans case tomorrow, and if we can, any other transcripts. If not, we'll have to deal with them later on. Right.
So now, looking at the first part of that question, then, to what extent does the plan conform? We've done to the first question mark. If I might ask if Ian Cameron can.
Right. Thank you. Well, I think really in response to the points which have been made.
Yes, so just to confirm very briefly, there are no departures from the planning strategy. The plan is consistent with the planning strategy, and that's demonstrated in our evidence in matter statement 1, 3 and 4, and also in parts 1 and 2 of the self-assessment. Particularly draw your attention to the natural environment, and looking at part 2 of the assessment in relation to the PPG, which has just come out obviously on natural environment, and also PPG on open spaces, sports recreation. The plan is consistent with the new guidance as well. So, just to take you through very briefly, obviously the planning strategy in relation to the natural environment is set out in policies EN 2 to 8 to protect and enhance green infrastructure. And more detailed policies are set out in the Development Management Plan HM7 to HM10. And these identify how green infrastructure network needs to be taken into account in the development planning applications and protection of areas of landscape value and amenity spaces. Policy H and 8 lists the requirements for an ecological constraints and opportunities plan. In relation to the PPG on open space, sports and recreation, the policies map, which is submitted with the Development Management Plan, sets out the specific allocations for local green space land for different purposes, as well as the different landscape designations for protection, such as the SSI, ancient woodlands, and the special areas of conservation. Policies EN 2 to 8 are also consistent with the planning practice guidance to protect and enhance green infrastructure network. It is interesting too that the planning practice guidance also lists the specifications for local green space designations and assets of community value. Again, so it's probably a matter for matter 4 on Thursday, but it is interesting that the consistency there is that local green space designations will rarely be appropriate where land is planning permission for development.
Right. Yes, Mrs. Stevenson.
I sit here absolutely amazed at what I'm hearing because I printed off some of the NPPF stuff, and you know, quite honestly, if the council is saying they've actually followed all the guidelines and they have the NPPF in front of them when this was done, I don't get it, because it says here under paragraph 109 in the NPPF, the planning system should contribute to and enhance the natural and open environment by minimising impacts of biodiversity and providing net gains of biodiversity where possible, including by establishing coherent ecological networks that are more resilient to current and future pressures. And it goes on and on and on. And it's quite shocking actually, because from my perspective, if this NPPF had been adhered to, half the stuff here wouldn't be in that book, not in its present form. Contribute to conserving and enhancing the natural environment. Allocations of land for development should prefer land of lesser environmental value. Well, there are some sites in here that couldn't have more important environmental value, and yet they're still in that book, and we've been told that they've followed the NPPF guidelines to the letter, and it's all hunky-dory. It isn't. And I find it is not sound to put this sort of stuff on the internet and say, yes, we've done it, we've followed it. And you look in this book here, this big book here, and none of it's true. They haven't followed it at all. I mean, there's so many sites in there. I'm not just talking about my particular site, because I think is an exceptional example of really bad planning and extraordinary planning. I don't see how you can collate the two and say, this is sound. If you look at this, that isn't all sound in there at all. And we have to believe what the council are telling us. Everything's fine, we've done it to the book, we've done this, we've done that. But it isn't demonstrated in the local plan itself. It's not demonstrated at all.
Well, we will be looking at the natural environment on Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon. And also we will be taking these particular policies for conservation into account as we look at each site.
I suppose my actual argument is the fact that if the council have done what they said they've done, that doesn't reflect it at all. That plan doesn't reflect this in any way. It makes a nonsense of it. And the more you read about these habitats directives, the NPPF and all the rest of it, that doesn't add up. That's completely contradictory to what I'm reading in other things.
Right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wise?
Yes, just one simple question. What does Mrs. Cameron mean by when she talks about sustainability? What definition does she give to sustainability?
Oh, that's a good question. Sustainability, how do we define it? It's about basically looking after the environment for successive generations. Isn't there the Brundtland definition? I can't remember it. I can't remember it word for word. But wait a minute, it's in.
Because it speaks about it in the introduction.
Yeah, but there's a ministerial foreword. Sustainable means ensuring that better lives for ourselves don't mean worse lives for future generations. Sustainable development is about change for the better, and not only in our built environment. Well, there's two to be getting on with. So, Council, did you wish to respond to any of the further points which have been made?
If I may initially, sir, and I think it does come to the fact that the NPPF does to a certain degree endeavour to be all things to all people. So whilst Mrs. Stevenson has quite correctly pointed to paragraph 109, Mr. Hollidge has already referred to paragraph 47. Paragraph 47 encourages local authorities to boost significantly their supply of housing. So the NPPF needs to be seen in the round as to what any local authority or indeed any representation on the plan is trying to achieve. I think that the references that have been made, including the ministerial forward, generally move forward on the basis that there are essentially three pillars to sustainable development, one being social, one being environmental, and one being economic. And so I think, without exception, all local authorities, when they are undertaking their sustainability appraisal of their plans, as they are required to do assess the plan and its policies against meeting those three areas. I would have to say again, in my experience, many policies and many allocations are not going to, for want of a better expression, give a green tick against each and every one of those three pillars on each and every occasion. It is a matter of endeavouring to meet and balance and choose the best and the most sustainable options through the plan. So that, I think, that exception is how local authorities move forward. And I appreciate that Mr. Ingleton and Mrs. Stevenson perhaps only want to refer to certain paragraphs of the NPPF, and perhaps Mr. Hollidge wants to focus on some of the other paragraphs. The local authority needs to look at that NPF holistically.
Yeah. Right, yes.
Sorry, sir, I think Iona Cameron has...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, I was actually just saying exactly the same thing, and paragraph 47 very helpfully says, obviously, about meeting housing needs but as far as consistent with the policy set out in the framework, and that does include in paragraph 109, which Mrs Stevenson helpfully referred to. I do have just one case, perhaps, just to possibly flag up for tomorrow, as you specifically requested that.
Right.
So, and it might be one just to add to the list, which is Mr Justice Lewis's conclusions in July this year, the Wokingham judgment, in which obviously it explains one plan not necessarily superseding another if it's very clearly setting that as its purpose. In other words, I think paragraph 60 of his judgment said it doesn't need to replace an earlier plan. There's something in the regulations to say that a subsequent document cannot be adopted. So I think that's another one to perhaps...
Well, certainly, if you want to refer to it, I would like the transcript, and Mr Hollins would also like it.
Yeah, is it possible to give them the case title, reference at this point?
I don't think we have it at the moment, but we will endeavour to get the transcript of those special questions.
Okay.
So, yes, Mr Newbold.
Yes, it's on this point of the NPPF paragraph 109. I've had a lot of information discussed about this, and one thing that I don't understand is if you're going to make a plan that is for housing on particular sites, surely you have to do research, and this is what this 109 paragraph is referring to see whether what you're actually going to put the planning houses on is of any value. And a lot of these sites, this hasn't been done. So how can you make this decision?
We will look at each site in turn. But, I mean, what we're looking at present...
But I'm talking about globally, it's not being done.
Okay.
The lack of surveys for these sites is astounding.
Right, okay, I'll bear that in mind, and I will ask questions about it as we look at each site.
Perhaps just in support of that, I can wholeheartedly agree in relation to my clients about it's been dismissed on a two-line or appears to be an officer's discretion.
Yeah. Right. Anything further on 1.2, question 1.2? If not, we will move on to 1.3. Has the plan been positively prepared, and if so, in which ways? Does it provide a suitable basis for delivery of a sustainable future that balances economic, social and environmental interests, including a radical reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution, and provide a resilience to the impacts of climate change? And does it support the delivery of renewable and low-carbon energy and associated infrastructure? See, for example, the framework, paragraphs 6, 8, 17 and 93. Again, can I ask the Council if you wish to amplify your response to that question?
Thank you, sir. Yes, the Development Management Plan specifically addresses, through its site allocations and its planning policies, the economic, social and environmental needs identified in the planning strategy. And this is in accordance with paragraph 7 of the National Planning Policy Framework, which, to answer Mr Wise's question, does explain that there are 3 dimensions to sustainable development: economic, social and environmental. And these dimensions give rise to different elements. So the economic role is contributing and building a strong and responsive economy, ensuring a sufficient land of the right type and available in the right places at the right time to support growth. The social role, supporting strong, vibrant, healthy communities by providing supply of housing to meet the needs of present and future generations. And an environmental role, contributing to protecting and enhancing our natural, built and historic environment. To summarise, sir. And in accordance with this SEA directive of 2001, sustainability appraisals have been undertaken throughout preparation of the local plan process and show all the way through how policies and the site allocations have been considered against a range of economic, social and environmental different considerations. And the comments of each of those that then shape the ultimate outcomes that are now presented in the development management plan. In our earlier statement at the pre-hearing meeting, so we explained that the sustainability appraisals have been done collectively for both the planning strategy and the development management plan. And they've been prepared by external specialists, URS, who have also considered alternatives and possible mitigation measures so that the impacts of the plan can be addressed. And those have been published all the way through the process of the plan's preparation and are available on the Council's website. And the latest sustainability appraisal was published alongside the submission version in July. But obviously the sites have also been subject to the consultation we talked about earlier on with the full range of statutory consultees. And we mentioned that right across the different infrastructure providers, they've all got their own different preferences and priorities. And the plan has sought to balance those in the policies and the allocations that have come forward. And also, the infrastructure delivery plan also helps to ensure a sustainable community and a sustainable plan, which has been published again also alongside, and shows the likely infrastructure requirements that are going to come forward as a result of the plan and the site allocations. So these will be taken into account.
So, yes, Mr. Newbold.
Yes, we've already spoken about the sustainability appraisals and the lack of 3 sites that I'm aware of in it. I don't see how it's a complete document because it doesn't have Spectrum Wood, Rob Sackay or the site our lady gentleman was talking about earlier. And how can you say that this is a thorough representation of what's actually happening in the community if it doesn't take on board all the factors? It's a nonsense, sir. And the reality of that means that what you're saying, guys, keep referring to this, and we're having to raise this point again to you, and I don't like doing that because I don't like repeating myself to you either, that these sites are not in here, so how can we consider this to be a definition of how this situation is going to change and what the balances and economic, social, environmental changes will be if they're put in? We can't do it.
So essentially, Mr. Newbold, you're saying that these 3 sites, correct me if I've got it wrong, you're saying these 3 sites at Speckled Wood have not been assessed enough or at all. So therefore they should fail on that count alone. Yes. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying. Yes.
Well, I forgive you for repeating that when we come to looking at those particular sites. Mr. Hollidge.
Yes, on a slightly different tack, but pretty much the same point. My client's site, which has been omitted, hasn't been assessed either.
And you're saying this is all part, or this points to the fact, in your view, that the plan has not been positively prepared. That's what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, I quoted a particular point about the national planning policy, the golden thread running through that in terms of in relation to my client's site. There should be a presumption in favour of development, but it's just clearly an arbitrary decision by the council not to include it, not to carry out any consultation, not to research the site, and just to omit it on a whim.
Yes, Mr. Collier.
At the outset of these proceedings, Councillor Chowney suggested that the whole plan was based on informed guesses. It was not really possible to say that this would be necessary or that would be necessary, rather that the whole plan was based on informed guesses. One of those informed guesses was building of Priory Quarter office blocks one of which is called Lacuna Place, of which there are 32,000 square feet of offices, and they've been empty since they were built. In the hearing session that we had at the town hall, when I brought this matter to your attention, Mr. Shaw, who I understand is involved with the developing of these buildings, suggested that it was not until we got to critical mass in terms of size of office space that we could judge whether or not this was sustainable. Meaning, I think, that if you built an office block and you couldn't let it, the answer really would be to build another office block. And if you couldn't let that, then you had to build another office block until you came to what he considered to be critical mass. The numbers, as far as Lacuna Place are concerned, is that it was to let £8.50 a square foot. There are 22,600 square feet. It's been empty for 6 years. Someone is down more than £1 million on that building. I don't think that can be sustainable. There has recently been built between actually the initial planning activity, the planning proceedings in the book, since the document was presented, and today, another office block has been built called Havelock Place. And I wonder, how can this be? How can this be? The Queensway Gateway and the Queensway Employment Corridor and the Enviro 21 Business Park, they promise, as do the offices in the centre of town. The offices in the centre of town, which, and I've been listening this morning about housing, the offices in the centre of town have taken the place of residential space. Housing has been demolished to make way for unnecessary offices. How could this is not positively prepared? And I wonder, because I'm at a loss to understand why this can be, I look then and I find that these quangos really, sea change and sea space, what are they doing? How is it that they're involved when we saw the demise of CEDA, the South East England Development Agency, through all kinds of financial problems? And the company activity of Sea Change is listed by the Companies House, I believe, as their purpose is the development of building projects. That's what Sea Change is about. So I then wonder, when I look at the makeup of Sea Change, why it is that Councillor Peter Donald James Chowney, a director of Sea Change, which is responsible for development of building projects, can be party, in fact leads, is the lead. He writes the forward to these documents. I think that's must be a conflict of interest. Further, Councillor Robin Patton and Councillor Rupert Alexander James Simmons, these councillors meant to be operating in our best interest.
Can I just stop you there, Mr. Foley, because I want to concentrate on the plan rather than the personality.
Yes, okay. I'm trying to understand the plan, looking at the personalities involved, because there's no other way of finding out what the motivation can be.
Well, is the essence of your argument that the plan has not been positively prepared because there is too great an emphasis on offices which are not being taken up sufficiently quickly?
And shops.
Is that the essence
and
of it?
And retail space.
And retail space.
And the personalities involved in the decision making.
That's more like
the individuals, yes. Yes.
Well, as I say, I really don't want to get involved in personalities.
But you are involved in the plan and the plan is presented to us with a forward by the individuals involved. What are the roles and the responsibilities of the people involved?
As I say, I'm concentrating on the plan and the policies and the proposals that it includes. So I've got the essence of what you're saying is that the plan is not positively prepared because there's too great an emphasis on offices and retail space, which are simply not needed. That's essentially it?
Plus, the people responsible, we're here talking about the plan itself, we must look at the people responsible for the plan. What are their skills? What are the skills of the people involved in producing this plan? What are the alternatives that have been looked at here? We haven't seen them. Why? Because the individuals involved in the production of the plan have another mandate.
Well, as I say, it's the plan that's before me that I'm examining.
Don't you look behind the plan?
Sorry?
You can't look behind the plan?
Well, I can look at what the plan says, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So, yes, Mr. Stevens. Sorry, had you finished, Mr. Collier?
For the time being, yes.
Press the little red button.
Can I be cheeky and ask Ms. Cameron to read the very first paragraph that she read out for this last question, because I find that extraordinary. In the very first part, where it said they've taken into account X, Y and Z.
Oh, that was the economic, social and environmental role.
Well, the one we've just been talking about was you read out a statement. At the very beginning, you quoted what you had done. At the very start, you said the very first bit you spoke. So, happy for me to...
Yes.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, just to avoid confusion. Yeah, I was reading from the National Planning Policy Framework, and
then you read about how you've done how the council had done the plan.
So it was paragraph 7, in which it explained the definition of sustainable development.
No, at the very beginning, I should have perhaps interrupted. You were telling us how the council had prepared this to be in line with what it should be doing.
Yeah, I think you were looking at sustainability, and you were drawing our attention to the 3 dimensions of sustainability, of sustainable development, which were an economic role, a social role, and an environmental role. And you were explaining the balance that had to be got in devising a plan that took those roles into account. That was it,
yeah,
wasn't
and
it?
you explained in the first part, at the very beginning, how the council had approached this. And I meant to sort of bring it up straight away, and I couldn't interrupt.
So if I may come back to that, because I've got my notes open on another matter that's been raised since then, and it was raised by Mr. Newbold and Mr. Hollidge in relation to the plan not being signed because the sustainability appraiser hadn't fully considered.
I think it was the assessment. Mr. Newbold was saying that various sites, particularly Specklewood sites, had not been subject to an assessment or a proper survey. That was it, wasn't it?
Well, I can certainly help with that, sir. The sustainability appraisal 2012 undertaken by URS, which will be in the library, and there's several references to the area, which he calls Speckled Wood. In particular, there's reference to consultation that was then carried out, which is described in the consultation statement, of 3 sustainability appraisal options for that area, and they are set out on pages 157 and 158 in table 22 of appendix 2.
Right, can we have the HBC reference to that? That's
Certainly,
number...
That's HBC DMP 20. And then the follow-on references to the outcome of that consultation are in the consultation statement, which is DMP 06. And that's in appendix D of the consultation statement. So there's There's some description in the body of the text of the sustainability appraisal which describes that process, and that's on page 30, paragraphs 1122.1 to 1122.4.
I just get it, HBC 20. It's that one, isn't it?
That's correct.
That one. Yeah, just a moment, you let Mrs. Cameron finish.
So there are several references to the sustainability appraisal in the body of the text and also in the appendices. In fact, there's 2 references in the appendices of the sites. The second one I haven't yet referred to is on pages 169 and also 172 across the area, which uses an old Schlar reference, rather confusingly A01, and refers to the area as Upper All Valley. So that's on table 4.
So I'm not sure that I'm following this. You say you refer to the URS document, which is HBC DMP 20, and you've referred us to pages 157 to 158. This is about water resources, isn't
In
it?
Severn Street, you live 15 years longer than you do in the poor areas of Hastings. Shortage of doctors and premises, more health centres, children in poverty, poor school results, and everything like that. So we haven't got the infrastructure to actually deal with all these hindrances.
Right, I've tried to summarise what you said, Mr. Ingleton, and I mustn't put words into your mouth, but I will. It seems to me you're saying the plan is not positively prepared because the infrastructure is not or will not be in place to provide for the amount of development proposed. Is that...
Well, it's not available really for the current population
Right.
or the future population.
Yeah, okay. Right.
I'm sad to say it, but it's true.
Right. Any other points on whether the plan has been positively prepared before I turn to the council again? Yes, Mr. Hollidge.
Yes, I'd just like to say, in terms of has the plan been positively prepared, I refer back to paragraph 14 of the NPPF, where it refers to that at the heart of that document is a presumption in favour of sustainable development, which should be seen as a golden thread running through both plan making and decision making. I don't see any evidence of that here, in the sense that in relation to my client's land, there's been no consultation or two-way dialogue, as I put it, since 2004, and any assessment of the land, the only reference I've ever been able to find is in the Schlar 2010, to which I was deliberately or otherwise not invited to attend, and it's a 2-line assessment and it's completely factually incorrect. It seems to have informed everything ever since about that site. And clearly that Schlar's prepared, it's clear from what it says about my client's land that it's purely an officer preference rather than any, by any means, a detailed study of the site and a sustainable assessment. It's just an officer preference. So how can that be positively prepared in relation to the NPPF?
Mrs. Stevenson, what do you wish to say?
Well, I was just going to say that actually the opening paragraph of this common statement seems to just simply say it's been positively prepared because we've done this, that and the other, but we don't think that's the case. And if you look at all these submissions, the majority of them are objections to the plan. The majority say they consider the plan to be unsound. And I mean, the council, someone said it's been very glib. Obviously, they're not going to say it's not positively prepared, but to us, it looks like it hasn't been positively prepared. And Mr. Wise correctly called attention to the actual geographical layout of this town. And he's right, and I don't think these planning people take anything like that into account when they prepare these plans. They haven't considered it deeply enough, how Hastings is, what it is like, the structure of the town. They just haven't bothered. If we keep building offices and commercial premises, well, I mean, that's unbelievable what's going on there. You just see these great buildings going up and nobody's occupying them, and more are going to go up by the link road over there, and then another road's going to go through the back of the Sainsbury's, more offices there. We don't need all these offices. No one's actually taking up the offer. Where's the order book? I mean, does Councillor Chowney have orders? Do you know who's going to take these buildings up when they're finally finished?
Yes.
I mean, they're all just like empty ghost buildings. And as someone said, you pull down houses to build these office blocks, which now actually make the part of the town look very dark because you can't see the sky properly anymore. You look up and it's just these huge great buildings and nobody's in them. I don't think that's possibly prepared at all.
Mr. Newbold?
I think 99% of the respondents, in my opinion, would say that the plan is not sound. I think that's issued on the fact that the majority of them we've come through our agency, and I can pretty much say that that is a fact that they are all saying it's unsound. That is the number of people who actually are aware of it, which are a few, considering the size of our town.
Yes, Mr. Collier.
I would like to press the point about your question, the part of your question which refers to a radical reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That cannot be consistent with the building of these new offices and spaces, especially in downtown Hastings. Further, a question for you really. When schools and hospitals are very poorly run, I think there's something called special measures are brought in. The schools go into special measures. Are there special measures for councils that get things terribly wrong?
Yeah.
One special measure I can think of is that an inspector would recommend that a plan not be adopted.
Oh.